Xtreme. Shit we see. Xtreme. Wanna know about corruption? Well, listen to what I see. An algorithmic money making, taking, thinking, fucking scheme. If you let it, they'll get it. They'll gut you till you bleed. A lot of y'all get fucked by the bucket that you think it's free. Yeah, it's me, the team, the Xtreme.
I'm Chuck. This is Extreme Gainz. How many of y'all absolutely love my box top method? Because I sure do. Box top, breakdown, W formation, macro daily third, fulfilled. The live stream was off the chain. We had somebody in live stream comment at the end. They made $65,000 today. I had two members of my previous Discord reach out to me. They both made over $50,000 today. live? Are we live, dude? Are we live, man? Yo, good morning. What up, what up? Yo, 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 yo. Everything working? Mic, music. How we doing out there? Good morning, everybody. Good, thank you, Jared. YouTube, good? All right. All right, all right. Thank you, bro. YouTube sounds good. All right. Music's good. Mic volume good. Kick. How we sound? We good on Kick? Twitch. We good on Twitch? Facebook. We good on Facebook? Twitter. We good on Twitter? X. I should say X. We good on X? All the streaming platforms are up. Facebook's live. X is live. Twitch is live. Kick is live. And YouTube is live. All right. Good morning. What's happening, y'all? Thanks, son. Good morning, Colin. Good morning, Hector. You too, brother. All right. So PPI just dropped. That's where we got our boomstick. First two trades of the day landed. Both long positions. I didn't get in for the morning bounce. I got in as we were coming down here. This translated. I bought long here off the reverse, back up to the top retest. And then when we put in the confirmation resistance on the macro forward third, which I'll reel back in a minute, back to retest top, I went long here going into PPI data and got it long into our target. So the first two trades landed. First two, you guys, premium, you guys know I typically run a couple test trades in the morning, and both of them landed. We have retaken, let me turn this music down. So we have a discrepancy between between ES, MES, and SPY right now in the by the way of the macro forward third that was previously acting as ascending level support. This is it on MES and ES, and we've retaken it. Now that's what we fulfilled on for the double bottom here. And now we've retaken it as support. All that is it is a retake from the macro perspective. This is just going to be a wick, and I'll show you here in a second. If I come out here to 4 hour, you can see here, this was our previous forward third acting as ascending, coming off the 3 here from the large mega bottom. And we used it for the bottom, double bottom, and now we've invalidated. All this is a retake of support here, right? From this perspective. From the internal intraday perspective, we've invalidated that. Now, I am going to leave this for the purpose of macro I'm going to remove it. I'm just going to reel it back for the purpose of intraday, because it's just going to provide us an well, maybe not. Let me go look at intraday again. If I turn it back blue for ascending level, because that's what it is right now, we did use it. It's like, you see what I mean? So the equivalency or the discrepancy that's going to play, as you can see here, yesterday's top and then structural third is going to be the realignment with that same macro. This one on SPY is orange here. So that there, that internal is going to and should be the realignment for the two of them, right? That's that macro realignment that we always talk about. Dotted lines are our framework for our macro top that we are in right here. There's our macro top. Triple at the moment. Double top structure, top 1. Head and shoulders, top 2. And then this is a double, it's a weird one, but a double top, top 3. This is set up for that hook and ladder right now. Here, here, and here. We are set up for the hook and ladder. All right. If we breach internal, we're back inside. We're still in framework. If we breach that after fulfillment, this thing breaks out to the upside. We have granulars. We have a smaller double top inside of here that we're going to have to pull that granular in here. We're going to get a convergence up here. This is MES. All right. I think I'm going to leave the blue line. I'll tell you why. Because if we fulfill here and come back, we can grab that and go again. Once we cross that, that's going to give us an easy trigger down to converging reverses. So I think I'm going to leave it. I just want you guys to understand what we're looking at on intraday so you don't get confused by it. All right. That right there. Okay, so your MES trade windows, or our MES trade windows, we have this is gonna we have to. I know this sucks, but we got to use this as overshot zone right now. But that's a window. Then once we trigger and breach that, we come down to converging reverses. Those are both retests, so this can start a chain reaction to the downside. I need to turn that green too. The macro we hit overnight is now a retest as well. And we open that window up, and then we go from there down, retest, retest. That'll be the next one down. Neckline breaks. This is target. Neckline, dotted line. This is target. All right, those are downside windows. Upside windows are as you see them here, here. Then if we fulfill and invalidate that, there's going to be a granular in here that we can pull. Here. First. Structural, granular off of the larger double top. Then we got to go inside to that one, and you see there the structural is here, and that's going to give us the convergence I showed you up here. So upside windows are going to look like that. There, there, and there. Above this, after fulfillment, we break out. This is where we break down. All right. That's MES I'll put those other ones in if and when we end up up top here, fulfilling and invalidating. I'll get rid of them. All right, so that's MES. SPY. SPY is discrepant in that from MES, in that the forward third acting as ascending level of support right here, the orange line. We've not yet touched it. On MES, we came down, we came back up, put double bottom on it, and we've invalidated it because it's down lower, right? And we had the overnight price action. SPY, that's where it's headed. That is SPY's upside target now, right? That ascending level has now become target. Now, can that retake it from that distance? I don't believe it should. MES did. However, it fulfilled first, right? So it's a valid, straight up schematic fulfillment. That's what I would expect here from this if it were to retake that. If not, we are setting up for the what? What are we setting up for? Beautiful, beautiful macro hook and ladder is setting up right now, right? So that's where my eyes are at today. Looking for this hook and ladder. Same thing here with MES, just off of the internal instead of the macro. Still going to be a macro hook and ladder if it fulfills. All right. So that is our internal target. You can see reverse we're on. We have 1 hour structural. This is 4 hour granular is right here. 1, 2, 3. And then 1 hour structural. Red, red, red. Red, 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 check, 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 is where we're at right now. So 1 hour structural and then 4 hour granular, right? We have this one coming across, which is 1 hour granular out of the middle of our top. Likewise to MES, the dotted lines are the framework for the macro top. Triple top that we're in, same thing, double here, head and shoulders here, and double here. Looking for the hook and then the ladder. Reverse here, 1, 2, 3, 1 hour granular. It will act as somewhat of a catch to this macro, but at that point we're at neckline and we're breaking down to the next macro. If we go internal, this is what it looks like. Here, there's our catch, our 1 hour granular running across. There's our 1 hour structural, previous. Let me put, this thing keeps getting moved. This is our upside target for the hook and ladder. Bottom is in. We have a neckline in here as well, which is a third here that could be pulled from over here. We're not going to pull it though. We got the reverse acting as that support level right now. As far as an internal reverse goes, if we come off of double bottom, we have red, 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 1, 2, 3, structural 15-minute, which is 1 hour granular. So we'll cross check that. And we have, this needs to be moved up a little bit. 1, 2, and 3. There is a wick on that. It's a 1 cent wick. That's why you can't see it, but that would be your 1 hour. We can 2 that since it's a 1 hour. 1 hour granular. Drop back into 15. You can see it's the red check. Double this and mark it. We're kind of caught in the middle here. We had a schematic on the way down. Yesterday we had 1, 2, 3 right here. So we have forward third here. We're on top of it. If we go off single top, you go here. That's going to act as a catch to the orange. So right now, SPY is kind of suspended between targets. You can see here we're we're on top of this one, and that's fine. We're fulfilling on top of it, which obviously initially would imply that we continue. If we can turn this into support, we've already fulfilled. Now we're looking for the top invalidation. We'll go off the wick high. We get that invalidation. That's the same concept here that we have on MES as well, except we are fulfilling dead on MES on its translation coming out of the middle of the double bottom. There's your granular 2-3, and that's what we're fulfilling on. We'll go wick high on both of them. If we get confirmation or a straight volatile market open push through that wick high, then we're going to be looking for our macro target above us that I have marked. Looking for fulfillment there. That is macro, so the minimum requirement is going to be a 1 in, 1 out on the 1 hour will be the minimum required fulfillment on our macro forward third. That's the assumption. Now, because of MES is sitting here with a MES is a 5-minute structural. 5-minute structural on MES. So technically speaking, MES does not have, it's telling us that it does not have to stay here for that 2-hour minimum requirement that SPY would indicate. So we're going to have to use MES and know that anything from a 5 one and done to a 1 hour one and done, this thing can go after that, right? So we're just going to have to be on point here. It's a long way down. You can see where the reverses are. Same reverse concept here. We got 15-minute structural, 1, 2, 3, red, red, red. And then the next one's going to get pulled here. So once we push through here, we're going to pull another reverse from our previous top through here. And that's where this then comes back to after fulfillment. All right. And then that'll be check, check, check. We got 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. Right now we have red, red, red. We have to use that. They used it on the way up on the 5 minutes. So that's going to remain until they give us a new one. Then what we'll do is we'll move it to, and that's where they're headed. We'll move it to structural and granular. So we'll have, let's see here. 281, 281. So that's 1. I'm going to mark it. 1. 282.50, 282.75. That's 2 and 3. 281, 281, hold on a minute, 281.50, 2, 3. So this will be granular 3. I'm going to mark that. That'll be granular 3, 15 granular, which is 5 structural. We'll move this back to that, and then we'll put 1 up here as soon as we get that push through. And switch that up. Windows are the same on SPY as they are on MES. Upside trade window is right here. Expect fulfillment, followed by invalidation. We go to retest top. Then we go inside. As you can see, check 2, check 3. We'll be pulling a third in there from here, which is going to run us up out of here. So that'll be the next window up to the structural forward third up here. Downside, you see it. At the moment, it's there down to converging reverses, and from there down. All right. Snake, do I got time? We got 3 minutes, T-minus 3 minutes till market open. Good luck today. Do good, be smart, stay locked in, have a great day. Let's make a shit ton of money. I plan on trading pretty heavy today if we get the movement that I think we're going to get. So heads up, head on a swivel. This is the snake we've been running since April 1st. We are still intact. It's one of two things. We're either here on this inside track and we're going to make the move up internal for that hook and ladder, and then we're going to get yanked. Or 2, we've already made it. We've already put it in. We're a little more compressed. We already have the third top in, and we're on our way down. If we're on our way down, we're going to get smoked out of here from where we're at right now. We've already moved back up, so we're going to open up on the inside of the wedge right now. So this thing would have to get raked out almost immediately at market open if it were this set right here. If not, we're going to make that move up for the fulfillment. We're going to catch the hook. We're going to make that move up today, initial move up, and then they're going to ladder us out of here back down to the mega. All right. All right, everyone. We're about to get going here. Good morning to everyone that came in while I was going through everything. I hope that helps. Let's have a good day, man. Make some money. Make some money, money, money. Less than a minute, y'all. Less than a minute. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Crossfire, good morning, brother. Double, double. Good morning. Yeah, 2 minutes to make money. Yes, sir. We try. We try like hell, right? Here we go. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Ding, ding, ding. Market is open. Market is open. Market is open. Boom. SPY wicked. MES did not. Should go. That's a reverse hit internally. It should pop to the upside. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. I'm taking the top. I already took it. I'm long. I'm long. Trailing up. Trailing up. Trailing up. Staying inside. I got stop right inside here. I'm not letting it wick back on me. That's a top retest. This could translate and come down from there. Yep, out. It stopped me up. 15 ticks. Got 15 on that inside move. All right, here we come. Back down. Back down, back down. Looking for structure break. I'm going to show you here on MES. Right here. Right there. We go. We got double top. Structure is about to break. It will break. We have overshot zone to blue. Once we crack blue, we should come down to green here. It looks like we are going to crack that. There's going to be a reverse right there. And then we should bounce from here. They're going to pull it down one more time here, and then we should bounce from here and go. If we crack blue, this is considered overshot zone. If we crack blue, this thing's going to get gassed to the downside. We should bounce from here, though. If this plays straight up, we bounce from there. This one here, you're just going to have to use the low they already put in here on this wick. Going to have to use that low. on SPY. Should go get our macro target. There's no reason why we shouldn't go get this. None. We just need an invalidation here, and that's where we're headed. Go. Go. Go now. 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 I'm fairly certain they're gonna pull back here. We gotta grab this on MES. I'm fairly certain of it. They were baiting upside for that. Again, if we get through blue, we're coming down. Which on SPY, the equivalent of that's gonna be, I should have taken that 11 ticks. The equivalency to that is going to be here. So I'll just mark this blue. That way, when I say blue, you understand it's blue. I'm going to average down. Average down and salvage. So if you buy the bounce, if you're gonna buy, I just salvaged that at -2. All right, 2 tick loss on that. No biggie. If you're gonna buy this here, if you're gonna try to buy this bounce here, stop goes under blue. Got to give it that. That's overshot zone. This thing, if they get volatile, this thing could wick down and grab that and then go. So you're going to want to be underneath that with stop. If you're going to try to buy the bounce and go long there without confirmation to the upside here. If we get a push through though, we should go. Should have just held it. What's up? Who all do we have? Who all's here? Say what's up. Roll call. Say what's up. Who's all watching? Fuckers. I should have just held it. Real quick, I went short inside here. They didn't hit this yet. I went short off the top. I'm gonna take this here at 20-ish. There we go. I'm taking it 20. Took it off the top. They have not fulfilled on MES yet. Not fulfilled that reverse on MES yet. That was an easy short. Easy short. What's up, Dub? Schnitz, what's up? Good morning. Tree, good morning. Jadon, good morning. Widow, good morning. What's up? Here we go. Sneak, good morning. I don't know why. Something happened. My mouse is like, every time I go down to the toolbar, my mouse, it sends it over to another screen. It's weird. It's goofy. Goofy. They almost got it there. They may go. I don't know. I can't make my mind up what they're doing here. I thought for sure this is what they were gonna give us. So maybe they're staying here just to stay inside the box here. I didn't get my chance to go short again. There we go. Target. That was another easy short if you got it, if you took it. Look for it to maybe stay inside the box here. I don't know. We'll see if we get volatile last minute here. Okay, into strength target on the short now. I hate to take this chance and go long here, but target hit. There, they got volatile at the last second. Target's hit. Next one down is to blue. If we don't bounce here. And then through blue, we're gone. Right there. Stop's gonna go under blue. And they may come to blue. This is what sucks about taking this trade. They may not, but they may. That's the shitty part about this trade. Risk reward is still intact to take it with stop being underneath. But there's a real good chance, like I said, if they get volatile here, which they are, of course they are, we may get a wick to this and then bounce. So you got to give it that much room, which sucks. 27 tick loss is not something typically I like to do, but for 75 upside, I'll take it. If we catch the bounce that I think we're going to get this target, should be a pretty nice bounce. Should go pretty decent. I'm going to take that initial hit. I'll let you guys trade that through and get my shit off the screen. Just take the initial move there off the initial hit. If they go one lower, right? Neckline 2, 3. That would make sense, right? So that's why this is kind of shaping up to be that way. We may get 2 here, may catch a bounce, may get 3 here. That way what? What did they then provide us? And what do we now have for the move? See what I mean? Now they gave us the wedge to move it. Don't have to. They can go from this 2 bounce, but there's a very, very, very good chance that we see it tap blue again. For that reason. We do not have an ascending level yet to pull. This would give us one, right? We don't have a forward third acting as an ascending level. This would give us one if they tap blue again. $30 seconds left in the candle. 30 seconds left in the candle. How's everybody's 4th of July? Good morning, baby. Okay. We will be here. We will be here. I like the bounce by at blue better than I do here. Closer to the stop, right? I want my entry as close to my stop loss as possible. That's why I took that initial hit, because this looks like an initial move. Looks like 2-3 setup to me. If they bounce, that's where it'll be. We'll end up pulling a new blue here. I could put it there if they want. We don't have a 3 on MES yet. Oh, yes, we do. That is 3. That first wick doesn't count. Missed it. Damn, still 28. Minute 10 left in the candle. Minute 10 left in the candle. Watch for a quick wick bounce. Hit, blue, bounce. Quick wick. Just like that. Here, down. Tap. And bounce. That'll be 3. A full blow through, this thing's going to catch steam to the downside. And the bounce is the whole way back up. Ah, shit. Come on. Bounce. If not, she comes down. And then we're coming down. We come back into these converging reverses. This thing's going to come down today. Ah, come on, man. Bounce. Bounce. We're delayed. Yep, they're dropping it. Damn, 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 damn. Damn it, Jim. They're dropping out. We lost it. It's got to be a smash wick back upside. If not, we're losing it. We're about to get dropped out. And I'm in the wrong fucking side. So Snake's not playing to the upside. My assumption was Snake was going to play to the upside. That's not the case. Not at the moment. Not if this lets loose under here. We should drop out. And they're going to use this. I know they're going to bounce here. This is what pisses me off. They're going to use that fucking 15. I just misread that. There's not, no, I didn't. There's not a 15 there. It's not. I'm on 15. Seven. That is a 3. So they just put a 3 there. They bounce this back across. They're going to boomstick. Not they. We should drop out to the reverse, but I see what they're going to try to do. They're using this internal right here. I see it right now. It's right here. Granular right there. Bullshit, dude. Drop through there. We're going to get it down. Bullshit, that pisses me off. If they bounce here, I'm going to be pissed. I knew it. This thing is going to light up green. Soon as this is a schematic. Those of you that don't know box top method, this is a schematic completing itself. Soon as this schematic completes itself, everything I have the rest of the day will be dialed in. This is the very first completion of a cycle or of a schematic. As soon as I get it to validate, what I have charted here, or invalidate so that I can place them correctly if I've interpreted this wrong, then I'll be spot on the rest of the day. Just let me settle into this and then we'll be good to go. This first schematic, we played to the top. The top played perfectly. I thought we were going to invalidate because of the overshot here. We didn't. They brought it back. I was anticipating bounce here. 2, 3, because they put that there, but if not, high and close, same. High and close, same. 1, 2, 3. That's here. They blew through that. Technically, they've just invalidated this thing. Technically, should come down from here. It should come the rest of the way down. They're like, they've already overshot that internal level. They can bounce off overshot, but, and they did exactly what I was saying. Like, if they get volatile at that moment, which they did, then we see a goose through. They could invert here to orange and blue and fulfill right here. Boop, boop, then down. If they cross back through here, that'll be triggering it back upside. They're already doing dumb shit. Low, close, 1 cent wick. Same thing here. Either invert, fulfill, and then we come back down off of this, or we blow through this, and then we'll start moving heavy to the upside. Straight up fulfillment with no fuckery. This thing rejects off of here and comes down to the converging reverses, down to the green reverses. If they go back upside off of this, we have a manufacturing, guys, which tells us we can hold the macro. So if they boomstick back upside off of that internal level there, we're going to macro. It's a for sure, and then we can hold. There's the rake out. Give me the full rake out. Give me the full rake out. 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 Drop it. Fuck you. Full rake out. Full rake. AC, my central air unit is the blower so loud. It's right here beside me. Like when I end up talking loud, probably when that thing's on. Full rake out. Full straight up rake. Go. 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 Go, baby. Beautiful. 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 Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. Looking for red here, green here. Watch for a quick wick back. 30 seconds in the candle. If not, they're going to have to dump the rest of the way. They should. Like I said, straight up fulfillment. This should dump. Dump the target. I don't like how they're hanging on. I don't like how they're hesitating and hanging on. That's why I took TP on it. I don't like how they're hanging on. That should have just ripped out of there. Here we go. Finish. That's why. Hanging on. I didn't like it. That's why I took it. Good choice. We need this to stay right. Nope. There it goes. Okay, so we have fulfillment. Now they can blow through and invalidate. This one not exact, but close enough. Close enough. Come on, give me reverse. If it goes up from here, it's going to be a nasty boomstick. It's going to take off. Poof. And then, like I said, that's our manufactured 1 minute. And then we're going to run to macro. Here we go. Drop the rest of the way. Drop the rest of the way out. Shit. I don't like the hesitation. I do like the rejection from underneath, but they can retake easy now. It hesitated. It waited too long. All right, here we go. Of course, they're going to go back now. Dickheads. I'm an idiot. I'm chasing. They're hesitating and I'm chasing. Just stick with my conviction on the trade. You gotta give us target. If they go down there, it's gonna be a grind back up. We're gonna drop out hard after that because it's gonna. SPY's gotta drop down to that. So if it does go up from here, it's gotta boom. It has to boomstick. Just move. I'm too antsy. I need to settle in. Too antsy. Go drop it out to the 30. Stopped me out, what, 2/3 of the way to forward again. Now it's gonna rake out. Don't mistake through there. Go. salvage this and get out. That was a bad decision on my part. Wait for the move, wait for the move, wait for the move, wait for the move. Should go up to here. That's why I bought it. Should go up to here, minimum. It's kind of a cheap shot move. They go from here. But we'll take it because it's a manufacturer. Rake out. We crack this check 2 bottom, it's going to rake to reverse. Bang. Beautiful. Beautiful. Reverse. That worked. Into strength target on ES, MES. Watch for the, it's because we're discrepant here. So watch for this to realign here on probably that bottom one on retest. So I wasted a position. I should have just stuck it from here. They tried to, and they did. They stopped me out there on that green candle. My thought of the rejection, fulfill, reject, was spot on. I should have just rode it and stayed with it. We're good. Target, first target on ES, MES. Wow. Big suck back. $30 seconds in the candle. 30 seconds in the candle. Hopefully you took into strength. If it was a pull from there, they're gonna bounce this from here. It's gonna boomstick from here. Son of a bitch. If they made me pull that as an inside instead of the external. I pulled it as external because that's what they left us. This candle print green. This will be check 3. You're going to pull 3 here. I am just a tad off right now. I am off a little bit. Come on, man. Now they're going to hit. Fuck me, man. I am just a tad off right now. Is it the same here? No, it's a fucking miss. So we got a check 2 inversion, then a granular 3 inversion and a check 2 inversion. It was a hit on NES, it wasn't on SPY. A unique day? Nah, it's not. It's just I'm off a little bit. The schematic hasn't confirmed yet. I'm trying to get it to confirm on one of these, and I'm just trading before I know. That's the issue. I'm just trading before the schematic's locked in, which I shouldn't do, but I'm doing anyways, just because. I mean, this is crystal clear to me. So unless they wanted me, this hit here for inversion for sure was the internal pull here. They hit that there. It's still, if it plays straight up, because SPY there, and there they're going back. There's the fulfillment retest. If it plays straight up, this should come back from here. I don't have justification on SPY unless I missed it, but I don't think I did. I mean, this is crystal clear. 1, 2, 3. I mean, that is crystal fucking clear. Crystal clear. And if I pull from here, it's not a hit. So this should be just an inversion, and this should rake out off of that hit right there. The position should be short right now. I should have bought it up top, but short from top, stop back above the forward third and the wick. TP back down to green. This should rake right back off of this thing. Once again, if it goes through here, that is a 1 minute manufacturing. That means they're running off this internal 1 minute. I mean, this is all overshot. It's this one here on SPY. It's that one. So they just overshot, rejected, released, stopped dead in its tracks, and went up. That's a 1 minute. So if they go through here, that's a full 1 minute manufacture, and that gives us our trigger to the macro. So if they do this, this is a crooked move if they do this as far as away from straight up fulfillment. But that's what's happening right now. That's why we didn't get the full move. They stopped on a 1 minute. Twice. There. Fuckers. 2 times. They did. So this thing should rake off. If it's going to play straight up to the schematic. I know my schematic's right. I know it is. It comes down here. It's got to come get this retest green. If they've now fulfilled, if they invalidate this went off of 1 minute, which means this is, without a shadow of a doubt, running to this macro level. Without question. It's running to that level, and then we'll come back after that. That much we know. So that's where we're at right now. They just bounced. Check 2, check 3 off 1 minute. They went off structural back to granular. This should fulfill straight back down. This should come straight back down. And if it turns and invalidates to the upside, we take the long once the structure breaks to the upside. And I'm going to wait for neckline. Once we get back into framework, because this is overshot zone, once we get back into framework, it goes. So that's where we're at right now. No, it's just me, bro. It's not a unique day. It's just me. It's just me. I'm just not dialed in yet. I'm working on it. I'm there. I'm being antsy with my trades. If I wasn't trading, I wouldn't care. I'd just be sitting here bullshitting, waiting for it to go. But the only reason I'm bitching about it a little bit and trying to get it because I'm trading it. That's the difference between just falling and trading. That's all it is. It's me. It's me because I'm trading. I noticed the stream, they were getting, I don't know, half of the people left within the first, they're back now, but half the people left within the first 45 minutes because I don't know what, I'm not calling enough, I don't know. Okay, let's see what they do. What you gonna do? 1 minute, runner up. Should have bounced off blue. This is all overshot back into 1. They used that as the catch. It is primed to blast off here, off of that manufacturer. I thought we were going from here. Right when we got that bounce, boom. That's where I thought we were going. They overshot, went into the 1. We have an inverted head and shoulders. We got fulfillment. If we invalidate, we move upside. Minimum TP is top retest, forward third retest. I'm telling you, we're going to macro if it gets through there. What's up, Max? Why does this keep getting moved? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? So unless they're calling that 3, which they are, you know, not a, it's the close hit. Is that the same here? Two. Yeah, unless they're calling that. That'd be 2, and then they'll call that 3 there, since that's the close hit right there. That's the close check. I bet that's what they're doing. So this is definitely primed to go up. I may have missed that read on those checks. Let's use it like that for now, since, I mean, we got confirmed bounce. Let's use it like that. We go through that. That'll provide us an easy confirmation window to the downside here. If they go through that. I'm thinking that's what's going on here. They're using close, 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 and not just red, wick, wick, wick. If I'm wrong with this, they're going to rake straight back to right here. They'll rake back to this level right here. If this read right now to change those is incorrect, it'll rake back to that level there. Minimum, minimum, minimum. This should be our bounce though. This makes sense to be our macro bounce. Go stop loss underneath wick. If you go long. Breakout. 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 Not, we reject and get raked the whole way down to the second green here on MES. Breakout. Breakout. The fact that we came down first like that though is, we were already 2/3 of the way to target. That's them leaving that. Well, maybe if they leave it down here, that would be them leaving that 4-hour granular I talked about. Right? 4-hour granular. New candle. So 1 hour structural, full rake back on that 1 hour structural. This is confirmation continuation right here. This thing's primed for a blast off to the upside right now. If not, we're looking for these converging reverses. I have it marked right here. Anything underneath converging reverses here, we break down. And it invalidates upside for the rest of the day. This here. This one here. Anything underneath that, it invalidates upside for the rest of the day. That means we're coming down. We can still come here and bounce. If we're out here, we're going to have to fulfill here first. But if it's here, we can retake and bounce. Anything underneath that, it comes down. That's a close. The high is what? 281. High 281. That's 1. 281.50. 2. 282.50. 3. Granular 15 minute. And then 1. 82.75. There's the rake off. 83.25. 3. It's 15-minute structure. It's coming down, man. It's coming down. They gotta come get this. This isn't, I believe, I'm almost positive. If maybe I'm wrong. My count, unless I'm losing my fucking mind this morning. And that's wick 3 on 1 hour and 1 2 3 1 hour up there. So from that perspective, it implies we go up. But if we're playing inside, if we're playing it to the inside, that's it. It's not up here. I mean, the only interpretation up there would be close, check 1, close, check 2, and then close, check 3. That's the interpretation. So there's a discrepancy between 15 and 5. That would have been the 5, check 3, close, 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 red, red, red. And then 15 implies convergence right there. Right here. So we're stuck. We have no confirmation. If they go off 5-minute interpretation, they go from here. If they come off 15, they got to come back into here. We don't have that answer till we break through here to the upside. That tells us they went off the 5. Or if we dump out here to the 15, then this is an easy initial bounce. Should go from here, I would think. We got to be careful there. Then it can fulfill here and come down. And if we cross back over, then this is an easy long back upside from here. That's where we're sitting right now. I just can't call it for sure at the moment. Just need one more thing. more thing and then I'll know what to do. And like even that right there, that's them bouncing off of this. That's them coming back to a 1 minute. We're all delayed. This thing's getting ready to do something. See if it's the same 15.5 interpretation here. I mean, that's a good one here on 15. 1, 2, and 3. Crystal clear. Crystal clear. 5 doesn't. 5 implies that's just a crazy wick, and then you got 1, 2, both of those are 2, and then 3. Okay. Here we go. Breach, upside. Trigger. Nothing confirmed, just a breach and a trigger. It's going to be granular 3 after we pull through there, if we go through there. Yeah, she could. I mean, either way, that's not a bad short with that setup right there that I just showed you. Long entries when we cross back through, and we have full invalidation of forward third of granular. This is set up perfect right now to rip it out of here. little hook and ladder down to the structural 5-minute interpret or whatever this is. Yeah, I mean that's still correct, right? 15, 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, perfect setup to rake out. And if we get a full pass through and blow through, we're going to see it move to macro. I like the entry up where I had it the first time, when I took it the first time. Stop goes back inside. First TP is equal bottom. Second TP is the convergence down here. Green, green. Perfect. It was set up to rake out. The hook and ladder was, I mean, it was just absolutely perfect. All right. Snake out of my head. I'm thinking about that damn snake. I got to get it out of my head. The hook and ladder, that played perfect. I just got to read the read, man. Just read the read, dude. Thought for sure we were going to go grab this. Either way, it looked like Snake showed we were going to go grab this and then come down. And I'm thinking on that too much. They're on the 1 minute right now. It should keep going here. They're inside on the 1 minute right now. Right here. Again, if they bounce from here, it's 1 minute. 5, 2, 1, 3. If not, they owe us at least equal bottom. If not, give us the fulfillment on converging reverses. Good job, Sneak. Beautiful. Yeah, it was prime perfect for. I'm like sitting here looking at it like it. I'm just gonna read to read. I'm just trying to get that. I was trying to read the macro. I probably spent too much time this morning trying to read that macro setup so I could get the longer term move, seeing if we were ready for that longer term move today. And I think I probably let that sit in too much. I'm just gonna chart and read our intraday here. So they owe us this right here, the retest of this reverse off of this fulfillment. If not, they're going off of 1 minute in here. And again, we'll have a manufactured upside confirmation if they do that from here. If they don't continue to come down right now. They need to continue to come down on the straight up 5 minute schematic to here. Minimum. This is 1 minute in here. That 5-2 is a 1-3 right there. So if they bounce this hard up and close this double bottom off from here, that's a 1 minute manufacturer. We'll take that. Definitely long that for sure. At least back up to neckline. Got a minute 10 left in the candle. Minute 10 left in the candle. Sometimes you gotta be wrong to be right. Here we go again. I'm just gonna get rid of that view. I get tired of watching that. Okay, decision time. 1 minute manufacture, backup for translation minimum with potential to break out off manufacturer. They rake the rest of the way down. Come on. Go. Of course, we're going back up. They're not going to finish that move to 5 minute. Y'all are awful quiet today. Awfully quiet. There we go. There we go. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Beautiful. Back to the 1 minute. Wick, 1 minute. There we go. There was the short I wanted. If the 5 plays, they gotta play it back to this. So we're in that point of them showing us excuse me, showing us what the priority run is here. So meaning which time frame schematic they're running. And they're going to acknowledge moving forward. They're flip-flopping between 1 and 5 right now. 1 and 5, 1 and 5, 1 and 5. 1's always for translation, so as long as 1 just provides translation, then we're still running 5. I want to see them. What I want to see right now is them come. I want to see them come hit. $81. 82.75, 83.25. I want to see them come hit this convergence right here, where I have it marked. That right there, this bullseye right here. That's what I want to see them come hit right now. If they come hit that and we catch a bounce off this back upside, we're smooth selling the rest of the day. Or if they fulfill their off of forward third and then we invalidate through here. On the way back down, straight up perfect schematic fulfillment. Or if they go blowing through this, straight down. Any of those 3. And this retake has to be from here. Any of those 3 scenarios right there. That's what I'm anticipating right now. If they double this off of the 1 minute, we have a manufacturer and it's going here. This, if they run this right now, they give us the answer. They give us the answer right now. Like right now. Confirmation off that 1 minute manufacture means we run to macro and then we build a top and then we come back. So if they do that here, we have the answer. They come down here, if they go 1 and back and they retake right here, right there, if they retake right there, they give us the answer. Then we know the answer. If they check and invalidate or straight through invalidate and confirm underneath, they give us the answer right there. It's downside. And then if we come up here and if we build bottom here, create linear space, that means we got to break structure, go back and fulfill. When we break structure here, we go short and we trail down because this is retest. This is either going to be translation to double double and go, or it's going to be invalidation and breakdown. Here we got to wait for an answer. But we get 2 of those 3 answers literally on the next move that we make. We either make the move up from here, close that double bottom off, and we have the answer. Or we come down here and we V-shape here and we have the answer. So that's where we're at with this schematic. I'm just chomping at the bit for this thing to move. We got the first move this morning that played perfectly. Now I just need this thing to make the next one. They stopped here on this instead of down here where I had it, which kind of fooked me up for a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. What did I misread, dude? We're good. I still personally like the short. I know they keep dicking around with translation in here, but till they break out, I like it short. I like them to keep messing it around. What they're doing is what it looks like, and granted, it could just be straight up the double bottom off 1 minute and go, but it looks like they're setting that up to look like that, and then rake this off back down to target, and then go. That's a double pump. They'll take out longs here. They'll take out shorts here, and then they run the shit out of this thing to target. Obviously, if we invalidate convergence, then down we go, and that is the inside positioning of that snake. Problem with going short, the further up we get, the further away your TP has to go, right? We got to go up above the overshot zone with TP, or with stop loss, I mean. So unless you're going short off target, this is where it gets sketchy, but we got 1-2, so we got a 5-2, which is a 1-3 in here, looking for them, bang, right there. If it's going to go short from here, hit that and come back. If they invalidate 1 and run back to 5 for retest, then we're looking for the breach upside. But looking for it to tap that, rake off here if it's going to run 1-to-1 now. Right there, rake off that. They go through that, we're going to see this start to move up. More than likely, it has a chance to blast out of here if they go through that and don't rake off of this right here. Technically, that's overshot zone. You can put TP here. They're going through it already. Okay, they're through it. They went through the 1, so this has to either, granted, like overshot zone, right? They're through the 1, but this is all the overshot zone for it. So as long as it stays inside here, we start to break out of here. We've now overshot 1, and we're breaking through 5, which means it has a real good chance to take off and blast out of here. Because this should rake back off of this. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Pushing through. Being retested again. Overshot zone. Now we have a 1, 2, 3. We have a 5-minute 3 now. Put that in. Reverse 3. Put that in. Off the single bottom. We're threatening breakout at the moment. If not, we're going to get a pull back inside of this red line. Yeah, if we crack overshot zone, we go. So if we crack back into framework of that early morning double top, it'll go. It should go to macro. Anything over here? Same thing on SPY. They left a granular third, reverse third. Okay, we got a. There we go. Into overshot zone. We look good, guys. It looks good. The rake out from here. TP's up macro. First TP is going to be retest. Rake out. I was just going to tell you. Watch for the rake out. I was just setting up to tell you that. Never mind. Full rake back. The whole thing froze up. There we go. No, still not working. Just getting ready to show you that rake out. There it is. They're going to the convergence. Look, right back to the fucking convergence. I'm telling you, man, I knew it was fuckery, dude. I knew it was fuckery. This is why I'm sitting here struggling. Because I'm like, what the fuck's going on, dude? Run it to the convergence. What the fuck are we doing? There it is. That was them. They were showing breakout. They showed the overshot level. That was the trigger to the upside, reaching through the overshot zone. And as soon as they did, bang, pull it. And they pull it to the target, to the downside target that it should have been. Trading view is trash. What the fuck? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They owed it. Remember I said they owe us equal bottoms, minimum equal bottom on this return right here, right? And then they went off the 1 minute showing manufacture. They showed breakout, rip back. So just to show you the fuckery that they're playing right now, I know those of you that aren't in Discord or that don't know box top don't understand this. You guys that are, understand the fuckery that they just pulled right now is like off the charts. So they're setting something up because what they just did is insane. The fuckery they just pulled is nut shit. Look at this. They went off the 15 interpretation, inverted on check 3, gave us double top fulfillment, broke down, should have broken back to equal bottom off that 15 minimum. Found a 1 minute inside, 1 minute reverse, fulfilled off of it, went back up, broke out, triggering in through the overshot zone, triggering bullish, closed off the double bottom, and then as soon as they did, raked back to the 5 minute. And by the way, they invalidated both the 1 minute and 5 minute forward third convergence right here. They overshot both of them, invalidating both of them, and then pulled it. As soon as they overshot the forward, the 1 minute, the 5-2-1-3, and the 5 minute granular converging right there. It's crazy, man. Crazy. This should have happened here. They inverted that. Right? You guys all see that and understand that? Understand the fuckery they just pulled there? Jared says, wow, yeah. Crazy, right? Stop loss. Convergence. Gotta have the convergence. There it is. Bang. Bitch ass. Bang. 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 Gotta have convergence. Gotta have the 5 minute. Gotta have the 5 minute convergence. They've owed us this since that fucking hit. Minimum. This is why I was sitting here chomping at the bit, trying to figure out what the fuck are they doing, man. It's driving me nuts. Like, what are we doing? They're showing upside, and I'm like, it can't go upside. We gotta have the 5. Maybe I misinterpreted something. Maybe I misplaced something. Did I misplace? Is it 15? Did I miscount? I've been going through this whole checklist since open. Since we stopped right here. Since we inverted this check 3 and bounced to fulfill right here and didn't rake back down to the 5 minute. Since that moment, I've been sitting here going through this checklist of what did I miss? Because none of that price action made any sense for the schematic that was sitting in front of us. None of it. We went from straight up fulfillment to fuckery for an hour and 15 minutes? Insane. All to set up. That's what they did. Look, they set up the double bottom to close off double bottom to show bullish. They set that up to pull it. This is the double pump. It would not surprise me if this goes now. Technically speaking, they owe us this macro forward third. Because we just come off of macro reverse and broke structure to the upside. And confirmed break. Problem is they went to the first available and come back to neckline for confirmation retest. So this could end up being translation, which is double, and then go, or this could end up being invalidation and we break down. Technically, though, with the break of structure and the confirmation, they owe us the macro forward third. Up top, which is why I was banking on that shit. I was thinking that blue bounce was going to take us this morning. I thought they'd go get that. They've inverted all of that. So we may get that 5-minute fulfillment. I have it marked here with the white line, the rake down, or this will close off here and we'll go. And that was the pump, the double pump I was talking about earlier when I said watch them double pump this up one way, down, and then back. Right? They're gonna show the closing of the structure to bait that, and they did it. Give me my convergence, my 5-minute convergence, you assholes. They're still fucking around. $2 p.m. we have Beige Book. Don't forget about that. 2 p.m. we have Beige Book releasing, so we could see some implied or some volatility around 2 p.m. Straight dick moves this morning, bro. Stopped it on a dime for nothing. Straight dick move. See, if it's the double pump, they're gonna go from here. They're gonna blast off from here. If not, they're gonna rake back to the 5-minute convergence here, which is set to hit at 11:20. 11:20 convergence. Come on, dude. And they're blasting back up. They just ate up that whole rake out candle. Damn near the whole candle just got eaten up. Bottom closing off again. Gotta confirm through overshot. Gotta confirm through overshot zone for long position. Come on, why will that not lay? Jeez Louise. I had to get that stop out back real quick. Good morning, Dwayne. You too, brother. Yeah, I saw that. Be safe, man. Be safe. If you need anything, let me know. Don't think it had anything to do with me being not dialed in. No, I agree, bro. It was straight fuckery. It was. Yeah, they didn't show shit. Agreed. Couldn't agree more. That's why I'm saying all this now. Thank you for the cosign. That's why I'm amped up a little bit right now, because I'm like, I was literally starting to feel like I fucked something up. And was like, why? I was dialed in this morning. I took 2 test trades. I do it, you know this. I take 2 test trades every morning in pre-market. Both test trades landed. One was 38 ticks. The other one was 22 or some shit like that. Both landed perfect. Easy trades, perfect. So I knew right out of the gate that I was dialed in, schematic was dialed in, and, you know, all was good. I told the Discord and powwow this morning, we're good to go. We're locked and rocked and ready to go. And then we come out here, we get the first move, which was all right. And then we get the first downside. We get schematic to play beautifully. The bounce, the inversion, whatever. They inverted off 15, but that should have raked out. From that moment on, it's just been like, wait, what? They still haven't showed hand yet. We're still stuck in this. And they have us pinned up right now in a consolidative zone right now. If they want to dick around here all day now, they can, which kind of pisses me off because we're set to make a move right now. We're set to make a move to macro or a move back down to macro. And if they lock us in here, I'm going to be pissed off. All day long, I'm going to be pissed. Because we're set to make a move. We're set to make a move. So, we'll see. But yeah, no, thank you. I couldn't agree more. I'm glad they gave us the equal bottom. So that played correctly. The fact that they went back up, this ended up being just another translation. So it's straight up fulfillment off of that 5-2, 1 minute 3 in here. Those 1 minutes are only for translation, which meant this had to come back. The fact that they overshot the 1 minute and 5 minute forward convergence there and showed and triggered long breakout before pulling back was a little bit of a setup, but they did give us exactly what it implied, which was right back to, it should have been from here, but they grabbed that one and went back up again, so there's nothing you can do about it. Bang, this came down, they gave us the equal bottoms. I still want to see this 11-20 convergence, preferably. If not, they're running off of the close interpretation I was talking about. We're going to have to move this up one. I hate that I can't make that decisive read right now on that reverse position. That's what's fucking me up. If I could make that decisive read, I'd know already what they're doing. I mean, if I read it straight up the way I always read them, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. They still have not given us that 3. I mean, they did on the way up, but they owe us that now on the way back. And they've not given us that. So if I read this the way I read any other schematic, that's the read right now. Short. It's another fake out. But I see what they're doing. They're going to say 1, 2, and they're going to say this 2, this what I'm counting as 3 didn't close. So you're not counting that as 3. That's just a wick overshot of 2. So 2, 2, close, red, 3, which means this moves to 3, and now we have our double hit to the set. So I'm starting to think it's that, but I don't want to buy it till I know it yet. So if they're running off close, higher, we have it, and I'm telling you right now, we're going. I can call it now. We're going up to macro. If that's the correct read where I have it here now, we're going. We're going to macro. If the normal read of just higher, red is, which is what I normally start with, but I'm going to give precedent to close right now because they're this is clear fulfillment on it. So I can only assume right now that that's correct. What I don't want to do is bank on that, knowing that there's another interpretation here that could allow this to come down here to this convergence. But if it weren't for that, we just need the confirmation through. We have chronological schematic. Top, bottom, shared neckline. All we need is the push through and we're going. Yes, we have to retest. This will be an interaction level, but it's going to go to macro this time. So that's where I'm at with it. But that's why I was just sitting here getting revved up about it, because I'm like, motherfuckers, man. Had me sitting here thinking I messed something up. And I didn't. And I just wanted to move. So definitely double pump action. If they're going to rake out, if we're going to hit convergence here, they got to rake out from here. So if you're taking that shot, you go short here. Stop loss is going to go back inside of that high. You're going to pull the 5-2. Go above the 5-2 with your stop loss. TP is going to be, minimum is going to be back down. Problem is they left us a fucking 3. They left us 3 off single bottom. 1, 2, 3. They just invalidated it here. And then you got red, red, red off single bottom, which is here. So that's where the rejection has to be. If it's going to reject, it's going to reject right from where I just entered on that short. And it'll rake. This will be a fake again to the upside, and they rake out. Back down to equal bottom minimum, and then we're aiming for this convergence right here. If not, we're going to get a pop through here, and it's going to take off to the upside. It's ready now. We're at the forward reverse convergence. The check 3 breach to the upside, basically, off that single bottom. And then we'll have to interpret double bottom here after we get moving to the upside. So there's that. 1, 2, 3. And that. Which just got invalidated, so we can't use that. So it's that and straight back to bottom. Or this, I'm telling you, if it blows out here, it's going to pop. It's going to be a boomstick to the upside. It's going to pop. But that's the downside setup trade right there. If you're taking a shot at the rake out to convergence, got to do it between this candle and next 5-minute candle. And then I'm telling you right now, upside, you're going to have to be on the trigger. Because if this goes, it's going to pop through here and it's going to take off. It's not going to... I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a slow move. It's going to pop. We're going to go popping through here. Candle change in 40 seconds. There we go. We got a breach to the upside. Breach, small push. Candle change in 2 seconds. Watch for the pop right at candle change. Or the rip. Boom. Rip. Bang. Rip. Beautiful. Beautiful. There it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. TP that. Beautiful. 1120 convergence. Told you. I fucking told you. Dead money. Boom. Target hit. They're not even going to let me have the position. I entered. It's so delayed. They're not going to let me have it. Fuckers. There it is. There's the 1120 convergence. Dead money, baby. Dead money. Dead money. Take that. TP that. We could go through. If it goes through, we're going to macro. We could go through. Monster move, monster call. Knew it. I fucking knew it. I told you guys. I don't want to bank on what they're showing me because it doesn't. Straight up methodology was the 5 minute. The way I normally count them. There, we're breaching through. Here's our macro target on, this is the overshot. We got to bounce here or we're getting raked out fully. Got to bounce here or we're going to keep going. Has to bounce here. Has to. Or we keep going. Has to bounce or we keep going. Straight down. And it'll be a realignment here. I told you guys. I told you. Fucking assholes piss me off, dude, with this dumb shit like this. And there's the catch to... It's exactly what I had this morning. Fuckers, man. Playing off this bullshit 15 inversion. Man, fuck these guys is right, KP. Good job, bro. Thank you, Cent. God, that shit pisses me off, dude. I knew it. I knew it. I knew the convergence, man. I knew that convergence was going to hit. That was the count. That was the 5 minute count. Man, that shit pisses me off. Fuck, that pisses me off, dude. Ugh. Fucking had it, too. That's all right. I want you guys to get. I'm not worried about me getting it. I got it. I got a couple. I was in on that. I should just let it ride. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful call. Boom, Hector, let's go. Good job, brother. KP, good job, bro. Oh, I'm telling you, fucking horseshit. So fucking mad. I'm telling you, Jared, I know, bro. Now you understand why I sit here and fucking go on these tangents. Oh, yeah, look, now they're going to fill my order. What the hell is this shit? That's not even where I got... Look how delayed I was. That wasn't even what I bought, dude. Didn't even buy it short there, you fucking retards. I'll take 11 ticks, though. 13, 15, 16. Close the fucking thing, dickheads. Can't even trade this shit. Can't even rep it in front of you guys. It's delayed. What a fucking call, baby. What a call. Good job, Sonny. Thank you, Dub. Damn, that was bugging me, bro. Come on, dude. There. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, bro. All a bullshit setup hook and ladder off of a 15 reverse. There, we full breach, guys. Full breach. Yeah, you can't even trade there. Full breach. Full breach. Realignment at macro. Full breach. We got massive volatility right now. Watch for this to suck back hard on you. It should go. We should get realignment down here, though. But listen, they're already playing, so we got to go off granular now. 1, 2, 3. Granulars here. So if they cross back over... Your structural becomes your target for the bounce. if they bounce. Blue becomes orange. Orange is your structural for target if they bounce. Motherfuckers, dude. Oh, they piss me off. I had that red perfectly. I was just confused. I'm like, what did I do? What is going on? This should have already run to this. Like, what are we doing right now? Unreal. What a call. What a call, what a call, what a call, what a call. The short entry, I said right there. Short right there, stop inside framework. This should rake back, straight back to that convergence. Bang. I no sooner said it. Called the entry, called the stop, called the target. And we're blown through target. Because that was retest. The convergences were retest. We got a full blow through here. We should realign here with the macro on MES. We're through. They just rejected off of that. We're through. Next TP on MES. Here we go. TP2 is into strength. As soon as it comes back down to the wick. TP2 is into strength. TP2 into strength. Bottom wick. TP out on it. We could go through. Next chunk is the whole way down, but this shows mandatory. SPY shows a mandatory. This is invalid. What a call, dude. That should go down in history, that call right there, man. That should go down in history, that one there. Massive call, massive candle, massive trade. What did we get on that? $135 ticks to the convergence. To the first candle, 135 ticks. We went straight through the convergence on the first candle. 135 on the first candle. Incredible call. Thank you, Lord. Incredible call. Massive fuckery to set that up. They're doing it again right now. They check bounced off that granular just to come back. Sorry, I'm just going to load up off of that. You can't. Delayed. It's retarded. Can't even trade. I need paper rip with you guys here when I'm pulling. What's up, Buckeye? White House announced Trump to fire Powell right when the drop happened. Laugh my ass off. Are you not entertained? Yeah, right. The narrative to justify the movement. Thank you, Sonny. Good job trading it. Boom. Target. Upside target coming up. Beautiful. Structural, it's going to be between there and here. I'm going to mark them both. I don't know if they're going to use wick or green, but I'm going to mark them both. Top range is that square right there. That'll be your end of strength target right there. Same thing on this one. End of strength here. Wick top here. What a call. What a call. What a call. What a call. Golly, bro. That was a frustrating morning. That was a frustrating morning. Had him pegged from the gate. From the gate. From the gate. Yeah. Back to what we were talking about the other day, getting bent out of shape because we know what's going to happen. Yeah. And then they throw in an hour and 15 minutes of fuckery before it happens. Like, that defies what's set up, right? So it's like you start to scramble because you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Because we are human and we do make mistakes and we do misread things from time to time. Rare, super fucking rare, but we do. But like box top shows you, and you have the quote unquote what we were talking about the other day, the no, right? That's the crazy part about box top is it's not a hypothetical. There are times, not all the time, but there are times when you have the no, when you know exactly what's supposed to happen and what's gonna happen. Today was a perfect example of that. I told you guys that first there. Target hit, guys. Upside TP hit. Told you guys that this morning. This is what we're gonna see. We're dialed in. We're locked in. Schematic's good. So when they gave us this right here, the inversion here, that's it. Answer. Down to convergence, right? Boom. And they didn't. They hung it here and they baited and closed off bottom and showed upside. Not once, but twice, and ran to that convergence. And I said, this is it. We had an 1120 convergence sitting here, and it had to go. We just opened, and I said the 1115 candle opens in what 20 or 40 seconds. I said, watch for the volatility right at the change of the candle, right? And then as soon as they changed that candle, bang, down it went. Down goes Frazier, right? It goes back to that, bro. It's just building your confidence and conviction over time, man. And look, here I am, you know, I'm 6 years, it's almost 7 years into doing this with box top method. If anyone knows and anyone should be confident in it and have conviction, it's me. What a short off a target, guys. Hopefully you got it. I'm talking, but hope you guys know to take this. That was mandatory fulfillment. TP straight back down to macro. They left us here without macro. They fulfilled SPY first. Now we're looking for it here. It's just, again, we're human, man. We're human. And you start to second guess yourself when you see stuff like that literally makes no sense. Like KP said, where did those fucking candles even come from? They came from that 15-minute interpretation. And which was horse shit. It was okay for the inversion bounce. For the check 2 inversion, fine. That's what they're meant for, right? That's literally what they're meant for. If they build it on the way up and they leave it on the way up, they're going to use it on the way down in order. That's fine. They used it perfectly. This interpretation right here, 15-minute, check 2, inversion. This come back down. This should have invalidated to run 5 to the convergence for check 3, right? But they didn't. They used it, translated twice, closed this thing off, created a 1 minute, a 1-5 convergence in here, hit it once, come down, went back up, again, triggered breakout to the upside, and then right at the candle change, right where that had to hit on the convergence at 11:20. So that was, somebody write this down in Discord, because we were just talking about mapping these convergence hits out so we can start documenting characteristics before and after, or more importantly before, and start seeing if we can bullseye which convergences are going to hit dead on like that one. Write today's date and time down, and write 5 minute reverse third convergence hit at 11:20 a.m. Just write that down and then DM it to me, please. And if you have it charted, take a screenshot. If you still have it charted, I'm moving mine along, but I want to start being able to pinpoint which ones. Here we go. So now we're coming down to MES's target. SPY's target fulfilled for the inversion, for the fulfillment on forward. And now we're going to come down. We can get rid of this. We're going to come down and fulfill, should, on MES's target now. Unless, well, this was 2 of them in alignment with each other, so that may have hit. It actually did. So it hit on that one. I pulled them in alignment, so that may be the bottom hit. Let's see if we get the full hit here or not on that alignment hit, or alignment reverse third pull. Good morning, Key. What's up, JP? Yeah, crazy, crazy. You missed the build up to it, man. It was, we were sitting here waiting. This shit should have happened from up in here. We were waiting on it. Kept getting banged to the upside, bang, yep, like insane. Insane. Right to the overshot zone on SPY, and then bang, cracked. Here comes target hit on MES. There you go. Target hit on MES. Full exit on the chunk down, guys. Off of forward third. Full exit. We got overshot zone to neckline for there. SPY just hit. There we go. Overshot zone to neckline. Dotted line for SPY to fulfill. This should be mandatory. Now, this does have the potential to go the whole way back upside because these are all retests. But we have to contend with these for interaction levels on the way up. So we are going to extend those back out into our path here, because if we start a move back upside, we have to invalidate these to make it to macro. And we have micro macro convergence today just after close. There's overshot zone to neckline. We got our snake. Snake implies we keep going. We keep going down. Here, I'll show you. We got our answer on the snake position. That is our third top. Third top right here. We keep going. We dump out SPY to 615. We keep going here. Straight down. Straight down to the next level here. 615 reverse. And then we settle down here. We'll bounce and dick around here the rest of the day. So this might be our last move, last good move of the day here. Oh, yeah, you know what? They are. They're going to use this as head and shoulders, I bet. I'm going to move this. 1, 2, 3. I bet they're going to bounce right to here first. Or they're going straight down. I'll take the 7. If they bounce, we're looking for the bounce right to here. Right to there. And then we'll short back off of that. Waiting for this candle to close to mark the bottom. They're overshooting to MES or to SPY neck. SPY neckline now. I bet they're going to use that as head and shoulders. Bounce here to head and shoulders. I'm going to do the same here. Two, three. Right there. If they don't go straight through, we're looking for a bounce right to there and then a rejection here to here and then back down and then another leg down. That's what we're looking for. If they don't go straight through, which we should get a check bounce here. If SPY's correct, they're going to show a bounce here and then we're going to leg down the rest of the way to fulfill the rest of the snake down to the target. Here's snake with a 15-minute view just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. There's our snake. There's our continued fulfillment since April. Here was our third and last top, the highest of the 3. What this implied this morning was we came up here for the hook and ladder. We didn't make it. We did not make it. They grabbed that internal one and come off of it. This snake shows it down here, down to here, and then we dick around for a minute, and then we leg down again. And then we bounce, and then we leg down. And our goal is to get to mega now. This is our target. It has been. And it looks like we're getting it. They technically can bounce from... They got to get to here. From here, back up to this. Technically. But they're also going to... This check that we're about to get right now, if they give it to us, right here, it's going to give us 2-3. We're going to pull a new forward third, and when it gets down here, that's where that bounce is going to be back to before they leg down one more time. So we should get this small bounce here, then leg down. If by some chance we get a cross through here, then we're going to look for this to move upside from here. There, fulfillment. Fulfilled. Target hit. On the bounce. Mandatory bounce. Target hit. Should reject. So short. Stop above green candle wick. Previous green candle wick. Stock goes above that on the short position. That's the invalidation of short. So you're going to be short here. Stop loss up here. And we're TPing. First TP is back to equal bottom. Second TP is the whole way down. All right, they're going through. I'm going to move this up. I'm going to go just above red wick, previous red wick, for check connect. That's a hell of a trade down there if it goes. Okay, I don't want to see it go through any higher than that. I know they're probably going to because we're seeing volatility right now. Like an overshot. I don't like 30 ticks. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, they're going through. They're fully going through. Fully blasted through. I stopped that out. We got a full blast through. Right to the check. I'm telling you, watch to the check connect. I know what they're doing. We're right at that check connect. I'm going short again. They're going to have to blow through this to get me out of here. A blow through is going to blast off to the upside, and we have the potential to run the whole way to the upside. Damn, really? Get 10 ticks that quick. Put this back in. Massive bounce if they bounce this. I'm telling you, it's more than likely going to go the whole way up. They went right to the fucking... I knew that's where they're going. That's why I said I want to get the stop above that. They tapped it there. They went into it on MES. I should have known. They always do. Hell of a mandatory. Oh, they're going through. Again, mandatory bounce on SPY. Hell of a mandatory bounce. They're through. Wow. Okay, maybe we are bouncing. Maybe we are going. Maybe we are going to run it back. If not, they would have fulfilled there. Mandatory bounce buy. Beautiful. Keep riding it if you bought it. The mandatory on SPY if you bought it. Or MES because of SPY's mandatory. If you bought it, keep riding it. This thing could keep going. Tight stop and ride it because it could keep going. Yeah. Keep going right back to this. Right back to the previous structural forward third. I'm a little surprised at that, how far that bounced. Beautiful, beautiful morning. Oh, that was tough. That crazy shit was tough. I got to shake that off. You guys got pissed too. All right, Todd. Thank you, brother. You're welcome, man. Good job today. Yeah, they're really running back to that? Well, they almost have to at this point. If not, the rakeout's nasty as shit from here because they're terribly, terribly overshot right now. That forward third should have easily fulfilled. There's no reason that it didn't, unless they're running it up through there. Rake back is nasty here. Straight back in golf. We're in between forward thirds right now. They've invalidated this lower one, so technically we're somewhat confirmed to the upside, but to the this one here, structural, that we fulfilled on the way down. I was trading in a parking lot. All right, Key. Be careful. Good job. Hey, if you haven't already, smash and hit the like button on the stream that you're on. I'd appreciate that. It'll help pump the stream out, push the stream out to other people if they haven't seen that we're live today. Appreciate y'all doing that, if you do. All right, so what'd we get? Where are we at so far? Let's take a recap real quick. If you're in a trade, just focus on your trade. I'm just going to recap what we've called out so far. 80 ticks on the morning short. $140 on the convergence short. Five. $80. $140. 80 and 140. And then mandatory bounce. We're just going to claim this first initial move. 104 on the mandatory bounce. We're caught in the middle right now. Caught in the middle. It should go up. Should continue up. Should continue up to here. If it runs straight up and with no fuckery at this moment, it should continue straight up to that target. Retest there and then reject there. We have a larger schematic pull that's going to run through there as a granular off of the larger neckline. I'll have to look at it here on MES in a minute. I had it marked on SPY. It runs exactly the same as this one. If they flip and rip out of here and lose wick here, then the rake back's the whole way back to the bottom. It's the whole way back. Come on, dickheads. And we're delayed. Five, 2, 1, 3. So stop's got to be below that wick. And they could still technically hit it. Because of that 1 minute. Is there a 1 minute inside that I'm missing? Yep, right there. Yep. So now we go running off 1 minute again. So they're doing the same shit now they were doing up inside of here. They're flipping back and forth. This thing's going to take off to the downside, I think. Come on, fuckers. He went off this one granular. So if they're going to go off the reverse, it's the whole way back down. It just left a 3 there. It's got to bounce from here. If it's going to bounce, it has to bounce from here. So if you play a bounce from here, stop right under a 3 here. It's got to go from here. If not, it rakes the whole way back to bottom. Bang. Go. You can lose this level by 1 wick. 1 wick, that's it. So you can lose that level by 1 tiny wick, and then it has to bounce from there. That would be a structural 3, but it should finish from here. If they come back, they can put... No, they're going. There they go. There it is. Bang. Target hit. Fucking assholes, man. They're pulling slick shit, bro. Target hit. Slick shit, dude. I'm telling you, they're playing games today. Big time, man. Big time. They're stopping on ones that should cause translation and popping through. It's insane. Popping through them. What's going on right now is nuts. Target hit. Upside target hit. First target. We can invalidate and keep going. This can keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. To the macro level, the orange level is the mandatory top. These are all retests now because we fulfilled them on the way down. Right? Every one of them, bang, on the way down, bang, on the way down, and now we can go straight back through them all. inversely, every one of these can cause a top and a move right back. We now have a granular 3 in here that needs pulled here. That's where this comes back to, if it comes back. If we get a top off here, they're going through. They're already fucking through. So we got an invalidation through that. If they come back across the top, that'll be your trigger back down. If not, look for it to continue to push to the next target, the previous forward third. It's moving so fast I can hardly keep up with it. Yeah, I think they are, bro. Honest to God, I think they're going to push this to the macro. I really do. I really do. Bang. I think they're going to push it to macro. I really fucking do. I think this whole thing's been a fuck show. The whole thing, bro. The whole thing. And they did this all intentionally, right? Look, they took these out on the way down intentionally to be able to do this. Why? Because I told you guys this. They owed us, right? And then they owed us this. They fell short here. So they had to take these out on the way down, right? Because they had to come back to this. And now, bang, back up. Watch this shit. I'll be blown out right now if they come back off of one of these and not run to this. Snake shows it coming down. We had to check the check show. Look. If it's that, we will come back off of one of these. Right? Now they stopped short though here. Right? Like I said, either they were going to check here, then come down, or we were going to run this. We already checked inside. We're going to run this straight down and then here and then down. Clearly, the question is, does this check sustain a bounce long enough to come back up here? Here, back up, then down. It's going to be a quick move back down if they do. But it would not surprise me right now after seeing them fulfilling those on the way down the way they did. It's set up to do exactly that. It's kind of nutty. Kind of nutty. This was that upper top I showed you on this one, so. We get rid of that. We'll mark that. You got to put your granular 3 in here. Yes, sir. Fuckery upon fuckery. Yep. It's insane. What we just witnessed is nuts. Legit. It's crazy what we just witnessed them do schematically with this. I hope you guys can imprint this in your head. And do not forget this. This is a good one to have in your pocket. For sure. For sure. Because this is some insane manufactured price action. This is all intentional shit. And it's like blatant. It's blatant as anything. Rake back is from here back to red if they rake back. From here to red. If not, we move through to the next target. The next retest. Back upside. And then retest. And then fulfillment on orange. Which is the macro level they should have given us from here. Drop needed a crash helmet and a bungee cord. I know. I know. Hey, we killed downside. We killed the first two downside plays. This one here. There's just no better call than that. Literally. And then the mandatory bounce here. The sustained move off of this was not expected. I thought they were setting us up to fulfill just quick bounce and down. And they blew through, so we blew through and went straight to next target, which was straight up fulfillment, so that works. But we've done well. We've done well so far. I'll take it. I'll take it. What's up, gal? A lesson in waiting? Always. Always, always, always. And retests suck because you can't guarantee a trade off retest, so they suck. Let me look. I need to look at something real quick. Give me a second. Actually, let me go. Yeah. Set it 10. Set it 2. Yeah, I mean, right. Of course, you engulfed me to thought. We get a breach through this wick upside, you're going to see it push to the next level. Wish I didn't have to have all these on here, but I do. Where's yeah, I mean full break to neckline and close off. So this, if it's this and it's the third top in the snake on SPX, this bounce is just an intra-candle bounce, which means whether the one we're on now or the next one up, we hit and we come straight back down so that we close this 4-hour candle down here. Or the next one's going to open right next, like this one was only maybe to here, then the next one opens right here and legs down, meaning they keep us right here and not run us inside. Inside to this. They technically could run us inside to this. That would be the internal fulfillment of that. But so if it's that, this thing's coming back down before the end of the day. If it's this one, this was an overshot of the third top. This was supposed to be 1, 2, which we got, and then 3 here. So this was supposed to stop here, come down in, then work our way back up to that, then right down. So again, I mean, unless that was the bounce and they're going to keep us here, we're going to end up grinding into tomorrow till we hit that upside tomorrow into Friday. So it's either that and we're going to grind this back up in and then stay up in here until Friday. Or it's that and we're coming back down. Looks to be before the end of the day, like I said. Got structure break to the downside, breach. like that, shit. Like, so we just used a 1 minute that they manufactured in here. This is such crackhead shit that they're doing today. Look at that, bro. That's a 40 tick move in 1 minute. Reversal in 1 minute. Nope, structure broke. No other reverse. Bullshit, man. Structure breach again. There's not even a 1 minute for that bounce. So this has to engulf and break down, or they're going to reestablish neckline for here because it has to be a translation. If not, it should have been the breakdown to reverse. One minute third. Dang. You fucking bullshit, dude. Flash wicks and everything, man. They are really, really, really fucking playing. Still. We must be on the cusp of something incredibly large. This is insane. It is frustrating. I agree. I concur. At least give me a 5 minute granular 3 here. At least give me that for ascending level. At least give me that. Still makes no sense. There's no reverse here except for this one. There is one in here that this could run to first and then bounce back up. But at least entertain me here with a 5 minute granular 3. They're literally translating off of air right now. translating off air. Boom, sticky. They go blowing through. Heads up. Move the next target. PPL, I know you're a shill. You're just shilling that ticker, but I'll look at it just to entertain you. PPL. You can stop shilling that ticker, though, in the chat. Boy, trading views delayed. Like, everything's all jacked up. Look at this shit. So PPL just fulfilled off reverse. If it's going to, technically speaking, it should move to 39.75 next. 39.75. So $4.75 to the upside. It could, if it breaks its neckline here, it's going to be the low of that green. So if it breaks 32.60, it's coming back down to 30.95 to retest. If it falls through 30.95, it gets tanked. Absolutely tanked. It's going to get tanked back to $20. So if it breaks 30, it gets tanked to 20. Anything under 30, want to run for the hills. Or short it, because it goes back to 20 after that. If it can break, if it makes the move up off reverse, which technically it should, they gave us that. This should make the move up here to the $40 range. That's a retest. If it fulfills there, it comes back to 35, and then off of 35, it can invalidate 40, and if it does, then it moves to like 48 to 50. So you're looking for the breach here of 37. The move goes to, say, 40. A breach of 41. The move to 48. The downside breach of 30 means 20. That's PPL. We're getting a structure break. There's my 3. They're giving it to me. They're just prolonging the bullshit. lower 3. Now we have a 5-minute granular we can pull if they close. If this does not hold, this thing gets raked clear back to the bottom. That candle's got to close and hold, and we're at 22. We got a lot of time left. So this could be a rake, full rake out, or we bounce off the 3 candle back upside. If we get the 3 candle and we breach it, we're coming down. Assholes. Dumbass games. See, I was looking for that 3 right there. Looking for that on my short from up there. That's what I was looking for. That's why I said, just give me. That way they create a forward third acting as an ascending level of support. And now they can use that wedge to move upside in validating this forward third here and this top. And when they do, then we move to next target. If this 3 breaches after we close and it breaches, that'll be the trigger down. Same thing over here on SPY. I usually wait till the candle closes to pull it, but I want to give you guys the visualization of this. If I have to move it, I will, if they come back down again. Or just rake out completely. On Roblox? Yeah, I had Roblox. Yeah, it's on a tear. Yep. I think I have it charted already. Look at that. There you go. I had charted this and called the breach of 96.50 to target a 121.50. So that's a retest target. It does not have, all these have been on the way back up. It does not have to stop there. However, if yeah. If it does not stop here at 121.50, this next move is the largest one. This is the next largest, what will be the largest move that Roblox has seen. Next to that downside, but let me measure. 12,231. Okay, second largest move. Damn near a replication of the downside to the upside. So this, basically that right there. Legit, basically that. Basically a mirrored replication of that downside to the upside. So that's where it's at. 1, 2, and then 3. So we got a new reverse. They left us a new reverse here. Right here. So the fulfillment off of this top right here should be back to here. And I'll clean this up. Give me 1 second. I can get rid of this. That retest was invalid. This one was good. We're going to leave that. Reverses were good. Hey, we're breaching our 3. Last chance for them to bounce off this candle. If not, she's coming the whole way down. Just like that, bro. And then if this reverse goes, then it gets absolutely cracked back. Like that. But if this top's going to provide retest fulfillment, it's back to this. So you'll see something like this, and then back to here. This is mandatory, so you'll get a bounce off of this. More than likely back to top, and then it either translates and comes down, or we invalidate and it makes the move up. Those are your three scenarios. 1, 2, 3. Right there. Man, TradingView's letting me down today. There's the bounce. That was their last chance to bounce. Had to bounce here. Had to bounce. We're going to extend this out to green now. They had to bounce here. Yeah, that Roblox is, I mean, that thing has been on an absolute tear. You know what else has been is Carvana. Carvana, I mean, it's manipulative what Carvana's owners did, but that chart, what's crazy about that chart is Carvana, they went bankrupt. They, were going to close, and then the owner reinvested, billions of dollars back into it, which brought it back afloat, and they're whatever they're doing business-wise, but refocusing the business efforts. But when I charted that ticker, back when the downside was happening, it left a forward third waiting for this upside, and then the narratives ensued, and it ran right back to it. One of the most unbelievable charts ever, to know that it was charted and projected to happen before it happened like that on that kind of scale, which we've only ever seen like that with with SPY, with the current megatop that I had charted back in 2020 that we landed, and then we all got to kill the downside and sell at the top, which we're back up to now. But SPY and AMC, the 52 top projection on AMC and the move to $2 or $2.50. The Carvana's up there with those being able to call the Ukraine war and crash on SPY, and then the move back to this top 3 calls that I've had, call outs that I've had, literally called the war, told everybody verbatim on a live stream that there had to be a war breakout for that move to happen, and then unfortunately it did. AMC calling the $52 top, liquidating everything I had in AMC and calling it to $2.50. That ruined my reputation with thousands of people, but it was the correct call, and it's what happened. And I got semi-rich because of it, because I listened to my gut and played exactly what I knew was going to happen. And then that Carvana chart, it's like top 5. It's one of the top 5 ones. It's just like insane to look at and know that it was projected ahead of time. Been watching you for a few years, bro. Gore, Al, what's up, man? I remember. I jumped in and out of trading, made a major career shift that finally allows me the time to join Discord and try to maximize. Awesome, brother. Congrats, man. It's a big decision and big step. That's awesome, though, dude. Yeah, man, get your butt in there. Hey, we're doing a workshop this Saturday. Box Top workshop I'm putting on this Saturday. No better time to join than now. Like right now. Get in there before Saturday. That way you have access, if you can. That way you have access to the, right out of the gate, to a full-on Box Top workshop. Saturday, 10 a.m. I'm doing that. And then I do the one-on-one coaching, mentoring on top of everything in there. But you'll have workshop, access to one-on-ones, the daily private live streams, and everything right out of, you'll have the whole everything right out of the gate. No better time to do it than right before a workshop like this. But awesome, brother. Yeah, man. Big move, bro. It takes big nuts to make that move. We got a couple members doing that right now in real time, same as you. Made a big decision to make the shift and go into full-time trading. And a couple members have worked years to get there, so regardless, it's a big decision, and it's commendable. If it's something you love doing and you'll go after it, you'll get it, bro. No question. You get your ass in here. I can't promise, obviously, different results, different people, but very few people that come in that are after it don't get it. Like, very few. You just got to know that it's attainable, and it's going to be, you just got to keep going. You just can't quit. That's really the underlying factor. The only people that usually don't get trading are the people that either A, go broke before they get it because they're being frivolous with their trading, and then they end up blown through all their money, and then they just can't financially continue to do it, or the people that get frustrated and say fuck it and quit. Everybody else that sticks to it gets it, changes their life. And I mean, it's literally that simple. I've been doing this for years. I've taught hundreds of people to do this through box top method, and with massive success. And that is the only differentiating fact between people that do it and people that don't successfully. The ones that stay with it no matter what, almost as if there's like no plan B, it's plan A or nothing. It's the people that quit. It's either the people that treat trading like gambling and don't protect their money and just throw it out there and get beat up constantly and lose all their capital and then can't financially continue, or people that get frustrated and quit. Those are the only people that don't get it. Trading and a life of trading and making money is attainable for everybody. Literally. That's what I love the most about it. And through Box Top, bro, ask any of the members, bro. They'll tell you. You got this shit, man. We'll get you dialed in, get you locked in, and off on your own running. You'll be good to go. Awesome shit, though, bro. I remember you. Nobody better than Chuck when it comes to track and talk. Thank you, brother. I try, man. Try. You're welcome, Joseph. Yeah, tell him, get his butt in there. Workshop on Saturday, man. Box Top workshop on Saturday morning. Hey, listen, I'm going to go make a quick salad for lunch real fast. Real simple schematic. Before I leave, I'll get you set up here. I'll only be gone for about 5 minutes. I just got to run upstairs into the kitchen and make a salad real quick. Top breach. You're going to want the wick breach. I have it set on the common top, but the high. You're going to want, they did overshoot, pulled back, and then retested, confirming the top. All right. So top is there, but you're going to want the high to breach and somewhat confirm. You're not going to get confirmation more than likely on the 5 minute unless they slow roll it here. Probably just going to get a pop through. But this is the upside trade window here. Entry. Stop goes back under blue. Inside a framework. Back under blue is where stop goes. TP 1, TP 2, TP 3. This is a mandatory fulfillment. Meaning top build and then break back down from there. Downside, you can see right already. They cracked that neckline. They're reestablishing neckline here, translating. If this comes back, that's the neckline. If it crosses over blue from a high top, you can trade it from blue to neckline. So that'll be a downside window there. Then your downside window back to green. And that's where we're sitting right now. Give me a couple minutes to make a salad real quick, and I will be right back. Yeah, completely possible to make happen. Just follow the program and don't rush it. Yep. Discipline equals success. Yep. That's it, man. 100%. All right, I'll be right back. Thank you for co-signing, bro. Thank you. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What'd they do? Whoa! More fuckery. More fuckery. Baited that downside. One of my new hats came. I had to, so I was talking to the my mailman. I went to high school with him. Wow, dude. Today, bro. Today, I'm telling you, today's one of them days, guys. One of them days. Yeah, dropped it and sucked it all back. Wowzers. 10-4, Gore. Good shit, brother. Yeah, shoot me an email, man. I'll send you out the packet. We'll get you in. We got a breach to the upside. Breach, push, small breach, small push. This could turn into a red candle here. Or they may just straight push it. Look for a check build here too, right? Up out of the bottom. Check one, check two, and then they'll put another one maybe. We'll see. If they're going to build it like that. If not, you can get rid of this reverse. If not, they're just going to run it and then rake it. One, two, three. You got a reverse inside here. Right there. So stop's got to be under that. Reverse is right here. If they make a red candle here, print another a red candle next to this, it's coming back to red. There we go. Push. Right here. So if the next candle's red candle, we come back to red line. And then it's going to look, it's going to be very similar to that. Back to this, and then it's going to have to retake on the very next one. Retake the blue line on the very next one. If not, it's going to come up and we're going to try to, they're going to take time and try to run here on that side of it to the either this convergence, that convergence, or that convergence. I'm telling you, it's going to be this one. And then, or they're going to hit blue and blue is going to rake it off. That's if they don't just straight push it right now. Next target's coming up there. They're different on SPY and MES. They're in different locations. One, two, three. God is great. God is good. Let us thank him for this food. Amen. Munja munja. Mm-hmm. Don't doubt it a bit. I mean, bro. Really? They're dicks, dude. we go. Push. Watch for it to tap this and come back. If we get through that, we're going to make the run. What's up, IMG? Hello. Here we go. Push. Push. It's a spy target. I'm going to tap out there if we get it. Push, push, push. Candle change 1 minute. There, I'm going to take that just in case we read off of that. Doubled up. I'm good, man. How are you? Wow, we had 35 on YouTube. We've lost 16, half of them. Wow. What time was that move? We held 33 till noon. So noon, people started leaving. $30. Weird. Weird, son, weird. Good trade on Apple and SPY. Good deal, man. Same. I trade futures, MES, same thing, SPY, but futures contracts. Killed it this morning. 80 tick short this morning. A 140 tick short off of our target here. We had convergence target down low that we were waiting on. Got 140 there, and then 104 on the mandatory bounce. Back upside. Same here. I didn't trade Apple, but I don't even keep my eyes on Apple much anymore. But SPY for those trading SPY, and ES and MES for futures. So good deal, man. It's a good day. Good day then. If we get a red candle back, it's from here. It's from here to the reverse here. It's from there. If not, we're looking for it to just straight push to macro target, orange line. Macro target, orange line. Curious about Hertz. What's the ticker? There, continuation push. Target hit on SPY. So TP1 to TP2 just played. Upside off the bounce. What's the ticker, KP? Maybe what? IMT. Maybe what? Almost got you. Gonna hit the button on the short. Possible hook and ladder, or are they manufacturing? No hook and ladder. The hook and ladder already happened this morning. Here. This would have been another one here, but not necessarily hook and ladder. This is just straight up fulfillment from reverse to forward. Hook and ladder is when they short like this, short of the target, of the reverse target, and come back into something like that. This is just straight up fulfillment, and then this is fulfillment followed by invalidation. This is a manufacturer because that was not off of 5 minute. What they did was they stayed here, built a 1 minute here, and that's what that went off of, was a 1 minute. So this right here, yes, was a manufactured setup to push this upside. No hook and ladder though, but definitely manufactured. Right there. Off that 1 minute fulfillment. The creation of number one, and then the fulfillment. Oh. HTZ. Did you chart this? I know, Sent. You and me both, bro. Still. My mouse is not working. I wonder if the batteries are going dead or something's fucking weird in it. Fucking 0 anyways. That's pretty much it right there, man. Translation 3's here. So breach through that top, you'll get the granular, which is right above it, and then after fulfillment and invalidation, translation 3 to the upside. Back downside will be back down to the low, 27. Yeah, they back down to low. This is irrelevant. Just back down to low with a neckline breach. We're pushing, guys. Slow grind. Push up. Any one of these can be a rake back down. Now, what they've done, let me show you what they've done here on SPY. They're going to consider this a double bottom on SPY. And they put a granular 3 in. Here. So we're going to put that in just in case they use that. Right? So this one here is going to be our trigger down. If it breaches that one, that's the one that comes down. That sends us down. We're retesting our local top, our high from this morning. I'm telling you, we're going to macro. The question is whether we're going on this side of it inside the wedge or whether they're going to dip it back and then make another run up from here, or dip it back and make another run up from here towards the end of the day. Once this falls, it falls. All right? So we can stay up from here, or we can just keep pushing inside the wedge. One of those 3 scenarios are what take us to the macro for the mandatory fulfillment. No panic to the downside until that breaches right there to the downside. They're walking this like a tightrope right now. The forward third acting as ascending. You can get this out of here. We've invalidated. Okay. And right here is a granular third interpretation right there. So mark that. If they get over that and stay inside the wedge, they'll make... I hate TradingView today. I don't know what is going on, bro. Everything's fucking delayed. And it's driving me nuts. Inside here, you'll get the push straight to macro. Right? Over that. If not, look for it to fulfill here, back to here minimum. Then we make another run up, or potentially, like I said, back to there and then run up. That's a little neater. Looking good, though, for the run up, like we were saying, to the macro. KP, the levels here on Hertz are 960 breach. In the month of July, 960 breach, 1290 target. Downside, 520 breach, 40-cent target. There's MES walking it too, walking the tightrope too. Now this is not a double bottom, but we're gonna do the same thing here. We're just gonna, this is gonna give us a little buffer here between 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to place that in there. Same thing here. They roll it over. That's the first potential downside target. Second one is here. If not, they're going to walk it right up, right up, right up. We're going to retest our granular. Our structural is invalid because we fulfilled and invalidated it. Now we're looking to retest granular, and then our previous that started the whole top this morning. Okay, there's the rollover. Watch for reverse target now. They rolled back over. So this should be at least a minimum shorts to that first reverse minimum. Should be. Unless they catch it here real quick and turn it right back upside. Which is what they like to do. Roll it over, show it red. What's up, Max? Snake on AMC? I don't have a snake for AMC. I can walk you through some box top levels and price targets. I have it. I have the schematic charted, but I don't have a snake on AMC anymore. I let that go a while ago. Just the keeping up with it and tracking it. I had let go of it a long time ago. The snake. But I can give you my trigger and targets upside downside based on the schematic. Yep. Perfect retail set. Yep. Or they did it. Show it red, boom it up. That's what they like to do. They should have rolled it and at least tapped that first one. But because of today's price action, that's why I said, unless they just do what they like to do and roll it, show it red, and boom, pop it up. And then you get a boomstick off this red candle typically. If they don't come down here and grab this. Maybe we broke 620, then. Can it go up to 624? Spy. Yes. Yeah. Yep, you had it right. IMT, you had that right. Likewise here. If we breach this one, same thing. These horizontal levels are typically what we move through, which are the trade windows. There, 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 those are the trade windows. All right, let's look here, Max. This is my weekly. Obvious, right? Four hour structural, forward third, dead money, double. Only a 2, which means back the neckline if it falls out. Forward third. Creating your wedge, right? Acting as ascending. So if we breach, it's going to be about 360 level to the upside. Then you come out here and look, right? That's going to be this right here closing off. So 360 breach to the upside. There's a convergence sitting up here, previous 4 hour, and then your weekly granular, right? The move goes from 360 to 480. It's going to be the first move. 360 to 480 to the upside. Downside, going to go back into the 4 hour. If $3, $2.95, call it, there's your rollover breach to TP. To the target there. First one, right? First available. If they don't bounce it, now we're on the outside. Now your blue line becomes upside target. So now they can bounce here to convergence, and then we have mandatory fulfillment here. Obviously overshot zone to the top framework, my bad. If they do not bounce it here, it has to come to this one. That's their absolute last chance to bounce it. If it does not bounce here, she comes the whole way back down. We're going to keep following Snake. It's that inside bounce rejection. We talked about it when I was showing you the snake projection, right? The ongoing snake since from April till now. So we got this one. We thought it was going to be up target today and down. They got the internal one down. We've come back, right? We're kind of expecting them to come get this right now. Can't imagine they're going to leave that. That should be what causes that to dump out. But we'll see. They could, just for the record, no different than this morning. Forward third, internal forward third, retest. If this wants to check and invalidate, they can. And then we're coming right back down, and this thing's going to open up to the downside again. So heads up while I'm going over these other tickers in case that happens. Downside under 295. We come back down to retest the macro reverse here at 270. And then let me show you this out on the larger. This is the monthly. want to show you this. Right? This was our, where we were at previously, bottom, top. This was back down for bottom. And then this would have been what we came back to back in the day. This would have been our framework build for our right-hand side of the bottom here to come back to fulfill this. It never did that, right? What happened? So we go inside there. I showed you. This bottom breached, right? Bottom breached, come down underneath, and then they left us a fulfillment down here. So now this bottom here has built down here. And basically what this is a double, middle, double right here. So if that closes off and starts running upside, this is what it'll look like. Here's double, middle, double. This is that first breach, right? The 360 to 480. And then over 5, we move back to neckline, which is 6. Over 6 is where this moves back to the previous bottom and where forward third is here. We already hit this once right here. So this is retest. If it gets back here, that's $12. If it gets back there, above there, that's where it's going to make its next big move, over 12 bucks. I had this level out here a long time ago projected as a top because we fulfilled it on the way down. It is a third pull. Right here's the third on the down. We come back, we inverted. We usually, when we do this, when we run schematic, pull forward third, and instead of making the run down to reverse, building the bottom and then running forward, what we end up doing is breaching and then inverting immediately, fulfilling and then dropping. So it's just a single bottom inversion, and then we subsequently will come back to it. This is a sequence that we see happening all the time. That's the sequence that's setting up here. For that, this was the inversion. This was the check breach inversion. Then it ran to bottom. Now we get the bottom, and then this would be the second subsequent fulfillment if it were to make it back up there. Over 12 is where AMC will see the next big move. Now, don't get me wrong, 6 to 12 is 100%, right? And where we're at now, 3 to 6 is 100%. So there's 200% just right there just to get, right? So that's where we're at right now. Those will be your upside levels. That's where the big break comes for AMC again, if it ever gets back up there. I've had this charted forever, just sitting here waiting on it. But what did I say? $360 to $480, $480 to $6, $6 to $12, $12, kaboom. And then here's that 240 bottom or 250 bottom that I called 3 years in advance, that everyone attacked the shit out of me for and thought I was some dumbass and didn't know what I was doing. Because they all wanted smoke blown up their ass instead. Fucking retards. Wonder how they're all doing now. Anybody got a lifeline? See if they're alright. All these know-it-all fuckers that don't know shit. Anyways, there you go, Max. That's AMC for you, brother. Okay, blue becomes orange, orange becomes upside target. Granular gets pulled across. We got a little crossover here. That was a convergence, not quite a hit, I think. And this is already implying that if we catch the bounce here, this should be a pretty straight up volatile move to some extent if we're going to get that move up. If not, what you'll see is a bounce here, a grind. It'll come back up, give us one more red here. That'll be a check 3 to pull here. Then it'll breach check 3 up here, and then we come back to it for our top build, which is preferable for us so we can so we can short that when we get the hit, but or get the reverse internal reverse breach. So we'll see. We'll see. Hey, give me 1 second here. I just finished my lunch as I was doing all that. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I got to take some medicine real fast, and then I'll be right back. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, target hit on that downside. Pull a new 3 here as well. As soon as this candle closes, well, let me see. No, you can pull it right here. You don't have to yet, but because if it bounces, it's going to retake that anyways. If we dip to the next reverse, you're going to have to pull that internal granular that they just left, because that's going to become the upside target for the bounce off of this reverse and not that one. Great bounce. Yeah. Off the reverse third. Called to perfection. Mandatory bounce. Box top gave us the answer here. We knew that was a mandatory bounce through box top method. 618. You know I don't use that fucking garbage. Good luck holding that. Good luck holding that over 627, 628. If it even gets there. Got a macro forward third. Again, mandatory fulfillment. But you do you, man. Hope you're good too. You know that. I'm not even sure why you commented that, but all you, brother. Good luck. That community did get real quiet. Yeah. Yep. Have I ever charted wolf? Not sure. Yeah, it doesn't even trade. Tell him Crossfire. He knows. Darkside's been here. He's known me for years. He's been around back in the day. He knows that. That's why I said I don't even know why he said that. He knows I don't fuck with that dumb shit. What'd you say? Wolf. WOOF. WOOF. WOON. I don't have it here. I might have. Let me see. I'm not sure. It sounds familiar. I feel like I might have. Maybe not, though. Ah, I messed with it at one point. I remembered something with it, but bouncer breach, bouncer breach. Bounce goes back to top, breach goes to next reverse. This should have, and it kind of did already fulfill to some extent on the 1 minute, but from this perspective, if that's correct, this is mandatory on the 5 minute time frame. This is mandatory bounce, just like it was down here. So mandatory green candle and or check bounce and invalidate. Three, there. These are all. This is like Snake. Pull up the bearish schematic. Bearish master schematic. That's literally what this is, minus the first pull here, and then you got bang. This one, this is where it changes. You got a granular in here, and then you got structural here. Things kind of get out of whack here. This is a shitty chart. So let me go through this real quick. It can't be that hard. 1, 2, 3. Hit. Hit. Okay. I was like, what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's a bounce. Let's see if it carries us through. This could be a good one. Could be a good bounce. We shouldn't need that. There's the one I'm looking for. Bang, 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 bing, bing, bing. And 1, 2, 3, hit. 1, 2, 3. Negative. So that is the low. 2, 3. We got to go up here to get that. There, there, there. 1, 2, 3. There. There. Yep. This is the absolute lowest this ticker will ever go. Wolf, WOOF is right there. Right here, down to this reverse. Now, depending on what week, whatever trajectory of the week in which it decides to make that move, along this will be the absolute lowest it will ever go. And 1, 2, 3, hit. 1, 2, 3. Right there, brother. That's it. Crack 229 to the downside. 229 to 33 cents. Big short under, call it under $2 even. Under $2, big short to 33 cents. Upside. Upside, upside, upside. Upside over 280. Over 280. 280 to 455 retest. You got a big overshot zone, but then over neckline up. I mean, you could trade that as a window. That's also going to be an overshot zone for volatility here. Okay, there's the check and potential invalidate. There's fulfillment. Now all it needs is a fall through this bottom, and we get the move down to the next one. So that next window opens up on SPY and MES. If not, we're translating to double bottom, and we're going to get a pop off of this to the upside. Should be a good green candle if it is green. If it is upside, it should be a good one. And so neckline breach up is going to be to $10. And then mandatory fulfillment there. To go any higher than $10, it's going to have to fulfill. It'll leave a reverse in here that we'll have to pull. It'll come back to that, fulfill, and then invalidate that $10 level. If it ever does invalidate the $10 level, it's going to take off big time to the upside. That's Wolf. Wolf, Wolf. You're welcome, KP. RX. What are my thoughts on RX? I don't know. You're welcome, Sneak. RX. Yeah, I mean, this thing, it has a clear path to the upside, all retest levels to the upside. So, pretty simple though. Let me see, give me one more second. 1, 2, 3. That's good. Yeah. So red candle. Red candle. There she is. All right. This here is as low as this ticker will ever go. Depending again on trajectory of when it goes down, this descending red line will be its target bottom line. Downside under 380 in the next 2 to 3 weeks. If it does go down, the low will be 150. 150. Upside, it needs to breach this retest top and forward third level right here at 658, call it 660. That'll be the first retest. Over 660, it moves through to the next window to 980. Again, retest, so it's 50-50. If it fulfills, it builds a top and comes back down. If it doesn't, if it fulfills and invalidates, it blows through. If it just wants to blow through, it can blow through. If it were mandatory, it would have to fulfill, but none of these are. They fulfilled everything on the way down. Typically seen on tickers or schematics, when they fulfill these forward thirds on the way down, it's so they don't have to on the way back up. Is typically the reason behind them doing it that way. So it does look good if it does move upside. So 660 breach to $10. $10 breach to $18. 18 to 23, and then anything over 23, this thing just goes absolutely ballistic to the upside. Anything over 20, call it anything over 25. Anything over 25, by the time it gets there, it's probably going to be 25. Anything over 25, ballistic to the upside. So those will be the windows there. Right there. Right there, right there, and then right there. This is your consolidative zone. In here, anything break to the upside starts movement. Anything break to the downside starts movement. Anything other than that is just a consolidative zone between between 660 and 380. And really, to be honest with you, it should look like this. And really, this one disappears because they invalidated it. So if you were someone that knew box top, this is how I would tell you here. I would eliminate that because it's, I gave you like every step by step. That first 660 level, it doesn't even need to retest it. It already invalidated it. So this thing goes from, or not 660, the next one. If this breaches 660, it goes straight to 1350. So if you get over 7, right? That'll give it some leg room. If you get like some overshot room, if you get over $7, I think a move to 7's easy peasy. As a matter of fact, a move to 7 is almost, it's almost written. It's just a matter of whether it goes from here. Or the problem is this thing could come back down for a lower bottom before it does that. That's the issue here. That's the issue with it. So if it breaches 390, that's where you got to be careful. A breach of that previous support's where it's trouble. And then it's going to go in for a lower bottom before it makes that move. It will make that move off of this if it does that. It's just going to make a lower bottom before it does it if it breaches that 390 level. If not, this is almost a guarantee. Again, it could be from here, but doesn't have to be. One more lower bottom and then it could go. And then if it breaches that $7 level, it's almost 100% move. The first move over 7 is almost 100% move. So that's how it should look right there. Here to here. Here to here. And here down. Right there. Easy peasy. That's about as easy as it gets. Stop at 480. What's your entry? You're welcome. Stop at... That's a little early. That's a little early. Stop would be under 469, so like 465 or 466, somewhere in that ballpark. This is, look at this as a structural top, right? Think about it like this. If this were to structure, always think about it like this. You're playing upside, right? So if the upside move here were to structurally invalidate, what would have to happen? You would need a structural breach to the downside, right? You need a break of structure to the downside to invalidate your upside move, correct? Because any kind of bearish top structure that breaches structure to the downside is going to invalidate that upside move, right? So you're always going to want to think of stop losses like that. Where's the invalidation point? Because an invalidation in one direction needs to be a confirmation in the other. That's the whole purpose of setting things up. You always want entry to be as close to stop loss as possible, not the other way around. Not stop loss as close to entry. Always make sure your entry is as close to where the stop is structurally on the trade as possible. So when you're looking at this right here, what do you have? You have a bottom, you have a top, you have a bottom, and then you have what could be either a confirmation retest of the neckline and a continuation to the upside, right? Which is what you're playing. Or you're going to end up with a translated double top here, and then this is going to break structure of the double top and come down. So the invalidation point for an upside trade here at a 530 entry, let's say 530 entry, the invalidation playing upside to next target, which is a good trade to take here. The invalidation point for that upside trade is a break of structure here of this potential neckline to the downside, because if it were to turn down on you, this then becomes a double top. Therefore, that break of structure is your invalidation. That's where your stop should go. Stops always need to go at the invalidation point. Think of it like this too. If this were to turn over, where would you take a short entry? Back to bottom on the break of structure of double top, right? So that break of structure, a confirmation in one direction is an invalidation in one direction is a confirmation in the other. So that stop would want to be, I would want my stop to be underneath that neckline breach at the invalidation point. That neckline's at, what did I say, 469. So anything a few cents under 469, that's the invalidation point. And then that's how you set up and do your risk analysis for your risk reward. Now you can look at this and say, okay, entry here, risk here, entry here, reward here. Do I have a 1 to 2 risk to reward? Yes, I do. Okay, then the trade's worth taking, right? It's met the risk reward requirement. Minimum risk reward requirement, right? Is a 1 to 2. And that's how you set yourself up to be in trades that swing the pendulum of probability in your favor. That's just part of the criteria, but that's the big part of it. So that's where I'd want it. So 480s, what'd you say, 480? 480 is a little early, but close. I'd come down under 460. I'd go 466 or 465. Because at that point, it's through and it's going to keep moving. And then stop out. With that stop out comes a re-entry short, so you can recoup your stop out money immediately because that's a confirmation in the opposite direction. That's the other thing. No trade is ever one directional. No trade is ever one directional. You always have to be open to the opposite side of the trade for the recuperation purpose, right? You don't just let it go and stop you out and be like, oh, well, that sucks. I lost my ass on that one. No. If you're placing stop losses correctly at the invalidation point, which is also confirmation in the opposite direction, then that's your re-entry point for the opposite direction. So if you know that the risk reward is set like that, and you know that that invalidation is confirmation in the opposite direction, that's part of the trade. So if I'm long and my stop loss gets hit, that's a confirmation for me to roll back into shorts. So I'll let it stop me out at my stop because I stand on my stops, but I re-enter short. That's part of the long trade, is the ability to re-enter on a stop out, right? And recoup stop money. That's how we do it. That's how I teach it. That's how we do it. That's how I do it. But yeah. Anyways, an easy way to look at stop, is my stop loss in the right place or in a good place? At a basic minimum, look at that structural invalidation. That's the easiest thing I can tell you to give you a little pointer on that. Just look for what would be, right? If it went against you, where's the structural invalidation of a long here when that double top neckline breaches? There's where my stop goes. And then you try to use that as your confirmation. Opposite. $460, yeah. At 460, it's gone through there, right? So at 460, you know for sure it's through, upside's invalidated, and now you can go short to the bottom. You can go short to that first equal bottom, and then if it breaches equal bottom, you go short to that reverse third at whatever I said the downside target would be. Yeah. Okay, they're struggling here. They are struggling. All right, we're going to move this to the granular 3 here. That gets moved here to granular 3. We're going to pull it through orange to orange. And then if they leave us a check, a green check lower, we're going to put our structural 3 in, and that's going to be our ascending level. Right? If they leave us a lower one here. And then they got to stay in the megaphone to continue to run up. If not, we lose it. If not, they drop out here. We already fulfilled. Now we can invalidate and drop this next window. Hey, if you haven't hit the like button on the stream that you're on, I'd appreciate it if you would do so. I asked that on the YouTube stream a while ago, and we had like 30-something people, and only like 16 people did it. I'd appreciate if you guys are on here and you crack that like button for me. That's the least I think everybody could do. That'll help push it out a little bit. Thank you if you have done it already, and thank you if you do it. 1, 2, 3. Same wick, same wick. You're welcome. You're welcome, Max. Yeah, right? Where they at? Crickets. I know. I know. The weed stock Tilray. It's at bottom. Weekly 2, 4-hour 3. Right there, man. Looks good upside right now. Breach 71. First target's 87. 71 to 87. Over 90. Retest at 151. Over 151, it starts to move. 2, 3. It starts to move. 225. Over 155 to 225. And then over 225 to $4. Downside is back down internal here. Reverse. 4-hour reverse. And then back up from there. Should be about neckline. 4-hour reverse hit. If it does decide to come back, about 47 cents. Should hit right around 47. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. So if you went short, stop goes above neckline here for structure break. TP's next window. I wouldn't go yet. I'd wait for it to breach because they can sit it here and dick it around forever. And then likewise upside, if you get a neckline breach here. Is that lower? Or did they give us equal bottoms here? 290.25. 290.50 now. So that's lower. So no lower 3 yet. So it still could come back one more. It doesn't have to. It could come back one more, then go. Off lower right-hand corner, double bottom. That'll give us a 3 to pull for ascending level. That could be here, just underneath, or that could be here even. They could come here and do it, like I was saying earlier. So the probable move from here would be down right now, kind of telling us down is the more probable of the two. However, it can blow from here. We got reverse fulfillment. We have structure build. All we need is structure break to the upside, and it goes. But I would, and you guys know, they typically put that 3 in before they do that. So short is the more probable rate from right here. So bottom right there is our TP1 is going to be equal bottoms. Looking for one wick lower than that 2. So either overshot and bounce from here or red next window. Okay, equal bottoms, retesting right now. Trying to align SPY and MES for upside. They're aligned. They're both fulfilling in sync right now. They've already broken that discrepancy from this morning. We're in sync. The discrepancy was the reverse discrepancy, but it realigned down here. Same thing with the forwards here. 2 different forwards, but they realigned there. We got the big move. Then we had a discrepancy for the downside, and when they both hit, we got the move. That's how those work. You'll have 2 different schematics playing simultaneously, but they'll both hit. And if targets are staggered, meaning one moving one higher than the other because of trajectory, you'll get that to play out one way or the other, right? Overshot one, dead hit on the other, yada, yada, yada. And then once they realign, then the next big move happens. That's why you see the big downside move after realignment, and then discrepancy, and then realignment, and then big move. That's why you see it happen like that. Make sense? right now they're playing tandem. The schematics are the same, the positioning's the same, there's no discrepancy in the locations of the thirds. They're all aligned right now. Capiche, capiche? Tenfold. Check this out. I'll post this in Discord chat. Check this out. I put the new decals on the windows. See them? Back windows. Yeah, boy. Yeah, buddy. We're all tagged up now. I'll get a better picture tonight. I think they look good there in the middle. What do you think? Look good in the middle? That was the decision. Put them in the middle or put them in centered, but at the bottom. My neighbor said, put them in the middle. So we were looking at it yesterday. He said, put them in the middle. They look better in the middle. So I put them in the middle. The Xtreme Gainz tags in the windows of the camper. Hell yeah. She's all marked up now. You're welcome, Buckeye. Yeah, it definitely does. E-bike. Yeah, I didn't buy one. I haven't bought one. I decided not to get one. I think I'm gonna wait because I'd rather have a golf cart or a side by side. Probably a golf cart, but one like a good one, like an off road golf cart. Um, so I think I'm gonna wait. I think I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna talk. I want to go talk to the people that I leased the property from, and when I get there, and see if I can store a golf cart there, and that way I don't have to haul it back and forth. And if I do, I'm just gonna buy a golf cart, put a golf cart down there, keep it there, and then I can put everything the half mile down to the coast on that. You should come visit. I mean, I'm a few hours north, but you should when I get there. You should definitely come visit. We'll go fishing or something. I'm staying right on the coast. Right on the Gulf. I know you like to fish. I love it. Love it, love it. Okay, here we go. Watch for the lower, or we're going to get a rake through to that next window. But yeah, you should. Plan a visit down. I'm meeting up with a couple people down there. A few of us are in Florida, so I'm gonna meet up with a few of you guys this winter when I'm down there. Faux show. Faux show, faux show. I'm going to repeat it again. I'll probably repeat it one more time depending on how many people are here at the end of the day. But if anybody's wanting or has been wanting to join the Discord, now is a great time. We're doing a box top workshop this Saturday at 10 a.m. This Saturday at 10 a.m. There's our lower one. So they either bounce from here or we're going to get a rake to the next one. If not, we're pulling a 3. Either way, we're going to pull a 3 here or we're going to pull it here when they put it down there. But that's going to be the lower. So we'll mark that whenever it's box top workshop on Saturday. Great time to join. That way you get a workshop right out of the gate as soon as you join. Don't have to wait for it. Breach and a small push. Not a big window here. A little bit bigger on SPY than it is on MES. Why does my mouse keep doing that? Why does my mouse do that? Does anybody know? It just started doing it. I'll touch the toolbar, try to click on something. As soon as I get it there, it moves it to another. Like it's doing it now. It moves it to another screen. Like I just did it. It moved it over to my bottom right screen. Look, there. Boom. I put it here. Boom. It moves it over here to the bottom right screen. I'm putting it on the top. You guys are on the top left. That's this one here. Top left. If I put it here, boom, it moves it to bottom right. The cursor. Why does it do that? Does anybody have any clue? What's causing it to do that? Your internet's slow? Pictures won't load? Yeah, it's real slow then. Yeah, that's wild. That's how yesterday was here, bro. The internet was down all day here yesterday. I connected to the Starlink in the camper yesterday. I ran all the streams off Starlink yesterday because there was no internet here for some reason. Everything's fucking delayed with Trading View. Pop. Boomstick. Top retest is TP1, and then we're looking to move the whole way up. Whole way up to convergence would be TP2. Or forward third retest. Triangular void first. So top TP1, triangular void, TP2, convergence TP3. Or macro TP3. To the upside. Push. push. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, I think it turned out all right. I like it. I like it. I like it. Oh, on the check 3 bounce? Of course. Of course. I didn't write this one down. What was this one? 55 ticks. Push. Push, push, push. Let's see the boomstick to convergence. That convergence is at 14:30, so in 6 minutes, 5 minutes. And same thing here. So if it's going to hit convergence upside like we did downside, we're going to take off here. Okay, you can pull that now. That's definitely check 3. Well, it's green 3 at the moment. We continue, it'll be check. If they come back, it may be here. Yeah, stickers on the camper. Thank you. Yeah, I like it. We were debating on center or my neighbor and I. Center of the windows or down at the bottom. Centered, but just at the bottom. And my neighbor's like, nah, they gotta go in the middle. I mocked him up with tape on one on each, and we looked at him. He's like, nah, they gotta go in the middle, dude. So I planted them the banner sticker in the middle. Have to. Yeah, Beige Book was at 2, I believe, anyways. Yeah, 2. They already did that. Here we go. Push. $19 to TP1. If not, they're gonna rake out. Whoosh. Boomstick. 3 minutes left in the candle. Come on, baby. Rock and roll up there. We're behind on this one. We're behind on the convergence. Whoosh. Kaboom. Go. Kaboom. Get volatile. I don't like the hesitation. Minute and a half left in the candle. Boomstick. Boom. Boom. Go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Get through that neckline. Minute left. Get through that neckline. Kablooey. Go. Go. Uh-oh. I didn't like the hesitation. Should have blew through. 5 seconds. New candle. Watch for rake out. Switch a candle. Switch candle. Push. Beautiful. Watch rake out. Push through. Got to get through the wick. It's a midline neckline. Got to get through. Oh, shit. Go. So nobody knows why my mouse is doing that, huh? We got a clear path to go. Set. Batman. Whoosh! Got a breach of neckline, internal neckline. Just got to push through. It should. And then triangular void. So we got a good check 3 bounce. All we got to do is see it push through. We got translation now off the check 3 bounce. So there's a real good chance this pops. If not, they're going to circle back. Again, translation back down here. Then one last chance to run back up to convergence. Obviously, like I said earlier, if that breaches, the whole house of cards comes down. Oop. The push is still pushing, though. God, I love these hats. Love these hats. Love me these Columbia hats, dude. They're like the best hats ever. Love them, love them, love them. Bang. Yes, sir. Clean, baby. Clean. You know what else is clean? Them Xtreme Gainz hats, boy. Woo! Them Xtreme Gainz hats, boy. Woohoo! Clean. Huh? On forward, yeah, buddy. On backwards, yeah, buddy. Clean. The black and white trucker, the camo. Clean. The all white. Oh man, the all white. Man, the all white. Nothing cleaner than the all white. Clean. Get y'all some hats, man. Get some hats. Some shirts, some hats. Those hats are clean. Maybe setting up for what you said, possibly 1 hour in 1 hour out. Yeah, I mean, any like I said, it's pulled from 5 on MES, so anything from 5 to 1. Spy is macro, so it implies we would stay there at least that. So, very possible. Bluetooth mouse? Yes. It's one of the ones with the USB Bluetooth things, yeah. Okay, top retest. TP1 hit off the check 3 buy. That's a good one. 44. That's a good one. Do it. We know, yeah, we know you want to, no doubt. Pop through, get you triangular void. Right here. That's the next window, TP2. Next trade. If you want to chunk this, breach. Entry there, stop back on the other side of blue, TP here, TP1 there, TP2 here. Stop. Where would I put my stop on what trade? The one that we were in, the check 3. Initially, the invalidation point was underneath the next reverse entry here. Once it moved up to here, 1, 2, 3, reverse third, pull that reverse, that internal, and then go to 2. 5, 2 is 1, 3, right? That's the invalidation. When 1, 3 breaks, that's when it comes down. So stop now would get moved from down here up here. That'd be my next trail stop position. And then when we get a push through here, once it pushes through and we end up here, you're going to move right back up here, because then this goes to the 5, 3. From the 1, 3 to the 5, 3. You're not going to want this to come back to that. You're not going to want it to come from here to 5, 3, right? So you're going to move minimum up to the other side of this to at least capture the TP1 move. Or if you want, capture both and just TP out on 2, because all you're missing into 3 is this. It's one of those two. Chuck, would TP out on 2 and capture TP1 and TP2 if it moves. I wouldn't even, because there's no valid spot unless they leave us check 1, check 2, check 3 on the way up, which they're not going to do. Between here and here, they're not going to do, which means from here, if we do get a fulfillment, it comes back to 5-3. So there's really no valid place to move your stop. You're going to just, what, just you're okay with losing that much? No, that makes no sense. So you either TP out at 2 or you move that fucking stop right up underneath it and try to get that last little push. And if not, you capture as much of TP2 as you can. Right? Understand? Make sense? Think strategic like that about it, right? Though schematically, though, through the schematic lens, strategically, did they just leave you? And I'm sure you didn't think about the third that was in here that they just left us, right? So always be looking like, okay, right here's a schematic, top, bottom, top. So they left you a granular, got to pull that. But think, does the 5-minute granular invalidate? No. What's the last one down? What's the last one down in any schematic? Or the last one up on any schematic? Before we break back into framework. What's the last one up or the last one down? Granular, right? 1 minute. 1 minute granular, right? Think about it. That's the last one down, and that's the last one up before we break and go to the next level, right? So, although, see, here you go. You're getting your 5-3 test right now. 5-3 test off of the top. Now, if that's too tight, which it can be, this can come back and play inside to the 1. So that 5-2 is your 1-3. Anything lower than the 1-3, the 1 minute 3, it has to come back to previous level or the next one down, right? So that's the invalidation point, right? Because it doesn't invalidate upside until it breaches the 1-3. Not, you can get the inside 1 fulfillment and then it continue running up, right? So that's the schematic thinking, right? So now how do you position stop losses according to that? Well, if 1-3, if 5-2, 1-3 is my invalidation point, which this is, so there's 5-2, which is my 1-3, that's my invalidation point, back downside, meaning if it were to invalidate that, means it comes back and retests this at a minimum, right? Well, that's my entry. I entered check 3 bounce, right? Stop was at the invalidation point here first, because we knew this could either check 3 here or check 3 here. One of those two we're going to fulfill check 3. All right, so we bought the first one, invalidation point was here, knowing that we would have doubled down here, that we would have got it here, at least back to forward third here, and then we tap out and at least capture that initial move, right? Done deal, easy trade. So you buy the first one knowing that. There's your first invalidation point. Now, if you get the check 3 bounce here and we go back to top, we've just worked out the schematic interpretation there to find where the invalidation point is if it fulfills off equal tops and translates, right? When do we know if it's just a check and continuation versus translation? When we invalidate through the 1-3. So that's the invalidation point. So that's our second one. First one was here on entry. Once we get the move, second invalidation point is here. That's where my stop trails to, right? Then, once this pushes up here, we're going to have a 5-3, which means this moves from the 1-3 to the 5-3. So now this goes to the 5-3. 1-3 still the invalidation point, but for this right here, but once we move up, then it's 5-3, right? 5-3. We're pushing up. This should keep pushing, by the way, unless we fall through that 1-3. So we moved to 1-3. Now we get the breakthrough here. So unless they leave us, check 1, check 2, check 3 between here and here, we're not going to have another reverse third pull between here and here, right? Which means if we get fulfillment on retest, it comes back to here. Well, am I going to just leave my stop here at the 1-3 invalidation and let it run to TP2 and not capture that move if it goes? No way. All right, so what are my choices? My choices are either I TP out at TP2 and capture both 1 and 2 off the bounce, or I trail stop up into 2, forcing this push in hopes that I get it to macro and get invalidation here because we're so close to macro at that point. And then if I get that, I TP out on macro, right? But you're definitely not just going to leave it here and let that run and not capture that move and give it back. No way, right? So that's how you put it all together. You think of it through the schematic lens, then strategic placement through that schematic lens based on that, both up and down, and that's where you place. And you just keep moving them in synchronicity like that as it fulfills, as it builds and as it fulfills and leaves third positions for you. And that's it. That's the game, man. That's how you beat them at their own game. That's my own stuff. Can't deny that the hats are nice. They are. You wear yours everywhere? Awesome, bro. Get asked about it? Awesome. Yeah, they're clean, man. They're nice hats. The camo ones are badass, too. They are, they are. The shirts, too. I wear my freaking shirts all the time. The t-shirts are badass. They fit nice. And then the hoodies are second to none. It's literally my favorite hoodie. The polo shirts I like. I just don't like the sleeves are long on the polo shirts, and I don't like that. I like my polo shirt sleeves to be mid tricep, and these ones come down to like literally the point of your elbow, and I can't stand that. Can't stand it. And it's crazy because all I gotta do is like this, stretch my arms out, and those sleeves come up and they stay snug around my arms up here because of the size of my arms. And then it just stays there and it looks weird. I mean, it looks good, but it looks weird because they're like all wrinkled up because they're long, and I don't like it. Other than that, I mean, they're nice. Polo shirts are definitely nice. It's just those long sleeves I'm not digging. But I love the hats, the t-shirts, and the hoodie. Love it. My hats I love. I've given a bunch of hats out. Bunch of hats. Everybody loves the hats. Everyone. I've not given or seen one person order a hat and be like, eh. Everyone's like, damn, dude, those are nice hats. They just turned out really nice. I like them too. Same with the t-shirts and the hoodies. Badass. Badass. You're welcome, Doc. Right. So that's, bro. Okay, good. Make your brain work. You're welcome. That's how, listen, that brain working, that is what you should be doing on every single trade. Before and during every single trade. And be prepared for the invalidation and confirmation in opposite direction simultaneously. Because that's part of the trade, right? So if you're not going through that mental process on your trades like that, you're cheating yourself, bro. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the information funnel, right? Go, answer, and then strategically place it. Risk assessment, stop loss placement. Are we chunking? Are we trailing? If you're chunking, you know it's just your single invalidation point and TP. If you're trailing, then you gotta, as it goes, you have to, while it's going, interpret, continuously, right? Remember one other time we talked about this in a trade about just sitting there, like, and I said it's not a bad thing to cheer on your trade, right? Not a bad thing, but you can't just sit there watching it, waiting for it to do what you want it to do and stop your interpretation. You have to continue, because price action didn't stop, right? So if it didn't stop, that means that the building of schematics and structures and positioning for thirds has not stopped. So you have to stay in that charting mentality even while actively in a trade, so that you're able to actively in real time interpret, right? You can't. I remember one other time I think we were in a trade simultaneously, and I was going through it, and I said something to you. I said, "What you just can't just stop and watch." You're like, "That's literally what I do." I'm like, "Yeah, you can't. You gotta keep mentally interpreting. You gotta keep walking through, because price action doesn't stop. So if it doesn't stop, the interpretation doesn't stop, which means the thinking doesn't stop, right?" But you should be running through all of this mentally on every single one. Every single one. Should never just be like, ooh, click. Like, should never be that. Should always be scanning and analyzing, and where are we at? Okay, here, they left there. Okay, there's a 3 there. All right, if they don't go through here, like right now, right? It'd be like if we didn't look at the 5-3-1-2 right here to know that, right? Okay, so 5-3, we're hoping, right? But it's so tight to that, it's probably going to be 5-2, which is 1-3. Why? Because it's playing internally as it stands. So if you're in the trade, you got to be saying to yourself, all right, if I don't get the pop through here, what's it doing, right? I've already moved my stop up here, and now you're wanting it to go, but you're like, damn, do I want it to come back this far? Well, that's up to you. If you want to chunk it, the chunk's done. Target hit. You bought the bounce, TP1 hit, that's the chunk. But if you're trailing, then you got to stand on it. And it's like, all right, if it doesn't, you would analyze this. 5-1, 5-2. Okay, 5-2 is equal to what on the equivalency chart? 1-3. All right, there's my 1-3, which means if my 5-3 doesn't hold, my 1-3 is the last resort. If it goes through 1-3, that's where I'm stopping out, hopefully, and then you're sitting on that, right? So you would know that like in real time. If we didn't do it then, you'd be sitting here going through that now. But don't stop, right? Don't stop, because these candles don't stop and these positionings don't stop, even inside a small box like this. Let's say they don't leave you a visual interpretation from 5 minutes. What do you do? What do you do if there's not a 5-3 and there's only a 5-2, 1-2, and then top? What do you do? Boom. 1 minute. Come into your 1. Yes, there you go. Come into your 1 and find it, right? So that's your 5 granular 3. That 5-2 is your 1-3, and then you have a structural, which is going to be your 5-3, which is here. So you could pull 1 structural, 1 granular. The 1 granular, which is your 1-3, that's your invalidation. There's the 5-3, which is the 1 minute, right? A 5 granular is a 1 minute structural, so it's right here. So we're getting clean fulfillment and off single top. It's check 2, check 3, but we do have head and shoulders, so there is a chance that it comes back down again, right? So this is what you're in here. You drop into your 1 and get these things charted. Off of single bottom, granular, structural, bang, bang. Anything below granular 1 invalidates upside, which means this is translation. This is now a large 5 minute double top, and we're coming down when we breach there. And then inversely, you want to know to take this trade. So you want to be saying to yourself, if that happens and it stops me out at my invalidation point under my 1 minute third, how am I going to capitalize on that? Because my upside trade is over and invalidated, but that invalidation is my confirmation to make back my stop out money right now. Like, it's always a dual-sided trade. Always. Every trade has 2 sides. Always. Always. You're doing yourself a disservice if not, right? So here's your entry. You're going to map out this in your head too, simultaneously. So if I get confirmation under 1 minute, which means what? Fulfillment followed by invalidation, right? And then a confirmation of that invalidation, level 1 or level 2. That's the criteria. Take entry then. Where does my stop go? Well, I'm going to have double top, and that depends. Do they leave me a 2, 3 here? If so, forward third there. Here's the invalidation. I get my confirmation. Entry goes here. Where's my stop go? Invalidation point. Double bottom if it fakes me out. Neckline back inside schematic above forward third. Stop goes there. TP here, right? So you're going to map that out in your head while this is still running upside. That way, if this happens, you're ready to go. Bang, in. And you can capitalize on this. You start, if you're not already, start making your brain do this during every paper rep trade. Start forcing it. Like, all right, where am I going to go? Or just mock up a couple of them and be like, all right, if I go long here on the check 3 and draw it, my entry's going to go here on the bounce. I know I'm going to get initial move, but that may be it. Where's the invalidation? There's another reverse there, right? Mark it. Okay, boom, we move. Okay, where am I? And then, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, third. Here's my next invalidation point. Move it here. Like, walk yourself through it. Even if you're not actively doing it yet, at least do that, and then you can work towards actively doing it. But your brain needs to be going through these motions as you're actively in a trade. For sure, without a doubt. And that's what's going to set you up to have the most success, for sure. Okay, so just because of the trajectory of this granular, I'm going to get rid of this. Nope, here we go. Push off. If we get above macro, I'll put that back in. If we break above macro, then this is going to be the catch to that, right? That'll be the catch for macro. So if this does boomstick and we come up above, we'll have to put that back in. That's going to act as the catch to the macro fulfillment. All right. I'm going to get, there we go. Push off. Beautiful. You guys got it. TP2 right now. Triangular void, TP2. That's retest of the forward third. You can reel this top back. It's invalid. There's your TP2, or 3, I should say. That's TP3 on that bounce trade. This one's got a little more room because of the trajectory. And look how that played. It went off of the 5-3, right? So you were able to stay in. Now your stop's up under 5-3, right? Up under here. Now you're going to want to see this push. You want to see this be a forced push. If you were trading SPY, your TP's getting hit. You were just into strength on that TP. We want to see this continue, though. See if we get a continued push. That was good. We are still pushing. And then you just let it work, like, and then just staying with probability. And you're going to capture as much of, again, just in a trail stop scenario, you're going to try to capture as much of the move as you can strategically, right? And let the thirds dictate that decision making, like this one here, right? You only have one of two decisions when we get here. You either TP out here or you trail it tight. What dictated those two decisions? The positioning of reverse third in here, right? And I'll tell you what, they just left a structural off that double here. Here. Got to put that one in. You can get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. There's your structural off the double bottom from down here. And we can switch this around a little bit now. You can get rid of that. Mark that as double bottom. Granular was marked. We hit it right here for our check 3 bounce. And then you got red, red, and now red. And then your 5-minute granular just hit internally. And now this is your structural. So this can come back from here and then go again. And if it falls through there, we come back to retest. And then it's up from there. And then again here, up from there. And then here we come down. Right? Or this is going to push through. And then we come back to the structural from that top hit. Right? Okay. Target hit on SPY. Target hit on SPY. Here we go. Pushing on MES. Pushing, 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 pushing. There, I would not surprise me to see it come back right now off of the SPY and then go rip through SPY. Doesn't have to, but it wouldn't surprise me to see this come back to structural, then go off of this triangular void fulfillment. If not, they're just going to run them now. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, brother. Yeah, it's been a good one, man. It started off good and then got rocky for an hour and a half because of that insanity that they pulled this morning. And then we started clipping their asses. Right here's the trade call out so far. And this one here is growing. This one here is at 75 now. But I appreciate it, brother. I hope it's been entertaining and educational. Okay, TP fully hit on SPY. Power hour, y'all. Power hour. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink. Actually, I'm going to grab... Well, maybe I shouldn't. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah, fuck it. I'm grabbing the rest of my coffee. EEA beautiful, yes sir. Boom, push, boom, boom, icky sticky, bloop. It's raining out. Raining, raining. Who's all coming to the workshop Saturday? Everyone coming? You guys all coming to the workshop? It's gonna be like the first. I'm gonna play the video, but I'll be doing commentary and then live Q&A at the end. So video plus live instruction and commentary, plus the live Q&A and examples and stuff at the end. So both. Like the first time I did the replay and did commentary, and then we did the Q&A. I don't know if you were there for that one or not, but that one we're doing tomorrow. Not just replay the video. Or Saturday, not tomorrow, Saturday. Not just replay, the one that I'm there for. Awesome, Key. Yeah, you definitely haven't missed one. Not one. In what, 5 years now? That's awesome. It's awesome. Coming in here and there. Cool. Yep, coming. All right, cool. Pouring there. Is it? Yeah, it is here too. Sucks. Dude, we've had more rain this spring, summer than I've ever seen. Heck yeah, I'm coming. What time does it start? 10. 10, like always. 10 Eastern. Did you guys get notified? I posted and tagged you guys in Discord. I posted in premium chat and box top discussion. The hardest part of box top method for you has been the mental part. It's coming on. Meaning the execution side or the interpretation side? Or the application side? I'm pretty sure you have application down pat. I'm assuming interpretation. The interpretation side. Definitely a refresher for sure. Of course. Yeah, for sure. Hopefully it does, bro. Hopefully it does. Yeah, we did the live Q&A at the end. That's what it's for. So whatever questions, it doesn't matter. However many, we'll stay as long as we need to for Q&A. Box top method does not fail. It really doesn't. It's hard to make people believe that because they don't know it, but even saying it out loud is weird because we've been taught that you can't be right all the time. We've been taught that, and that nothing's right all the time, and it's wild. Not jumped into conclusions. Yeah. Not waiting for confirmation and then letting go of bad trade. So, yeah, that's the emotional part. That's actually not the mental part. That's the emotional part. The jumping to conclusions, it could be either, but most of the time, if you're talking about thinking something's going and when it's not, or trying to time it based on, okay, it's got to go now type shit, and you're incorrect, that's usually tied to an emotion. But the not waiting for confirmations, and not letting go of a bad one, and kind of holding on and thinking, come on, come back, most of that's tied to the emotional aspect, right? Not really a mental thing, more of an emotional, right? So it's if you make it cerebral and mental, you'll eliminate the emotional. So the more cerebral and mental you make that decision making process of, no, I'm mentally saying, no, I am waiting for at least a level 1 confirmation before I enter, or especially until you learn, right, which areas they work better in. Level 1 works better here because of the distance. Jump the breach is a better entry here. Nope, waiting for full level 2. Not taking shit till I get a level 2. Till you learn those, mentally saying, I'm not taking entry until I see at least a level 1 confirmation, because that is the threshold for confirmation, which means that should be my threshold for an entry, right? That mental over emotional is what eliminates the emotion, right? It eliminates the I'll do this time and that next time, and not know which one I'm going to do until I do it kind of thing. So if you create this strategic, repetitive approach to it mentally, you leave no room for emotions, right? It's that old cliche of becoming a machine, right? Where everyone used to tell us, you just got to become a machine, and just that's what it is. It's just sticking the process out, literally bulletproofing and bullet pointing the process, and then just doing it, period. Just do it. Don't think about it. Don't have any feelings towards it in any way, shape, or form on either side. Just do what it says to do, right? And then you'll start to see oh, that was easy. Oh, if I do it this way, even if I'm wrong, I'm right. Oh, and then I just re-enter. Oh, I can, you start seeing that. So the way to get over the emotions is just to mentally step in front of it like that. Not letting go of a bad one, same thing. No, my stop, well, you know this, right? So if you handle that mentally, what does your intelligence and your knowledge about box top method tell you about stop losses? That they're all what? What's every stop loss on a schematic trade? What every stop loss and its location is what? Through schematic trading. They're all predetermined, right? They're all predetermined locations. They're all default and set in, right? Set in stone. Every stop loss location. It's not up to you. You don't get to pick where you put it. You don't get to decide like, oh, I only want to lose $10 on this trade. That's not schematic trading. That's emotional trading. That's financial trading. That's not schematic trading. That's not structural trading, right? So if you're gonna trade through the schematic lens, which is what we do, you have to place your trades according to the schematic. A trade is a trade. The trade is the trade by default, and the price action dictates the characteristics of each trade. The entry, the position of the entry, the TP, the exit, the positioning of the exit, and the stop loss are all defined by the schematic, by the candles, by default. So they're all automatic. So when you think about stop losses and their locations mentally or cerebrally, you don't have a choice. If you don't want to place your stop loss where the schematic trade requires you to place it, then you don't take that trade. That's the cerebral way around that. Like, damn, it went against me and I didn't cut it. You're emotionally allowing yourself to dictate your trade. You can't do that, right? So the way around that is to mentally acknowledge, okay, I'm a schematic trader. I trade according to box top schematics. Okay. So where do I place my stop losses? I place them where the schematic trade requires me to place them, right? In the entry schematic. We have I've given you a literal entry schematic that shows you every schematic trade, entry, stop loss, and take profit that exists inside of all price action. Forever, infinity. Every ticker, it all is encompassed in the same thing. That's where the stop loss goes. That's it. So mentally override that emotion and say, I'm only taking level 1. That's the threshold. I do not enter unless I have level 1 or unless I know for certain that this is a jump the breach entry trade. If not, it's level 1 or nothing. That's the threshold. 2, the stop loss goes there because it schematically dictates where it goes, and that's it, right? And that's it. There's no discussion. And if I don't like where it is, if it's too much money or it's too far away or it's like, then, and the risk reward's inverted, then you just don't take the trade. That's a trade that you can't take. So if you mentally go through this with yourself before every trade, it should help eliminate that emotional, at least those two issues. You should be able to get rid of those two. You just have to buy into it, right? You have to emotionally, mentally just buy into the process of what this is and what that is, and say, I'm doing it this way, like, because this is the way to do it. This is the way we do it. Like, this is the way I was taught. This is the way I was shown. This is the way it's proven to work. Like, this is what I'm gonna do. And then you just don't allow yourself the room to make those emotional decisions when it comes to this stuff, and you mentally override it like that. That's the best way around those two. Oh, you're welcome, Dwayne. Yes, sir. All right, brother. Breaching structural, coming back. Coming back to retest. They got to bounce it here ASAP or they're going to lose this and they're going to have to fulfill on blue, which means we're going to make another run around here. Another run back up around minimum to get macro. If not, they have to engulf this back upside right now. Back to the inside. Mark that as a neckline. When they get through that, that'll trigger it up. That's very true. She did. She won the no loss November challenge. Yeah, she definitely has it. There's no question. No question. Key, you put your mind to this. You've already had this, so no question to tap into that. Yep. Yeah, I know she. Yep. See, I know you have this. I know you do. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Me too. You know I do. I love talking about this stuff. This is the biggest part of trading. This is what a lot of creators, a lot of mentors, coaches, they don't talk about the emotional side of this and the insecurity, the humanistic insecurity side of this it's, as you guys who've been with me all these years and anybody who's traded for an extended period of time, you know, like that is the biggest part of trading. I mean, literally anybody can sit here and click a button and take a 50-50 shot at up or down, but and then when what we talked about, I don't know, last week or whatever, Seth brought it up earlier again, was once you learn box top, you almost like close the chapter on a bunch of problems or issues that you had with trading, and it opens up a whole new book of them. And the whole new book is because box top enables you to know what price action is going to do. Like the no, we always talk about the no. It puts you in a position where you know what it's going to do, and yet now you got to somehow condition yourself to sit and wait and like let them do their bullshit in between before it does what you know it's going to do. So it creates this whole new side of things that you have to learn to navigate outside of just the normal shit. But yeah, I love talking about this stuff. Biggest part of it, most important part in my opinion. You're welcome. Thanks for bringing it up. Where are we at? So per one MES contract today on the tick call outs, $567 could have been made on one contract trades. So if you've gotten the ticks on the trade call outs and traded one contract on each one of them, one MES contract, you would have profited $567 so far. One $40 contract. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. A little bummed at the turnout today, though. I'm assuming because of the suppression again and not being able to get things. I mean, the flyer went out to 400, 390 on Twitter. I'm not sure what it went out on YouTube and Facebook, but 390, almost 400 on Twitter. And we had, at max, we had, I think, 37 on YouTube. $33 was the peak today on YouTube. Super low. Super low. We held about, on average, about 25 people all day. Super low. Super duper low. We have that in Discord. We have 20, 25, 30 people daily in Discord. Most days. So a little bit bummed at the turnout today. Thought for sure we'd have a better turnout than what we had. T-minus 30, y'all. T-minus 30. Like right now, we got 15 people in YouTube. We got one person on Twitch, one person on Kick. Twitter, I don't know. It doesn't show me live viewers for some reason. It just shows views. And Facebook, same thing. Doesn't show live viewers for some reason. But I'm assuming nobody's on there because nobody commented. Same with the Twitter stream. Nobody commented. It says 45 views. Those Twitter streams used to get... What did we used to see those Twitter streams at? Like 200, right? Yeah. 200. Like last public stream we did on July 2nd, Twitter had 200 views. They're definitely putting some pressure on. They're definitely putting some pressure on. Yeah, I think we averaged 236, 222, 200, 200, 273, 200, 305. Yeah, so between 2 and 300 views. Yeah, 367, 267, 280, 265, 264, 272, 428, 266, 262. Yeah, so between fucking, yeah, hundreds, easy. Yeah, 2 to 300 was the average on Twitter. We're only at 45 today on Twitter. 45 views. And then, like I said, YouTube's been low. I mean, we're down to 10 people on the YouTube stream right now. We just went from 26 to 10 in the last 3 minutes while I was talking about that. 26 to 10. So we lost more than half of the YouTube stream with the last 30 minutes remaining. Super low numbers this week. Super low views this week. Thought for sure we'd have thought we'd have a good turnout today. Well, hopefully next week we ramp up a little bit. Blue becomes orange, orange becomes upside target. Yeah, I mean, what they don't do is promote me. That's what they don't do. They do not put me out there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we got double bottom 3 right here. That's what they're fulfilling off of there. The double bottom 3, granular 3. So it may not come down. I went short here. It may not. I didn't see that until I just looked. Oh, it's the structural too. Never mind. We're on it. I'm already on it. My line's blocking my view. That is that structural that they're fulfilling on there. I'm a dummy. My bad. Yeah, what they don't do is push me out there. They don't promote me at all. It's the complete opposite. They have my shit under lock and key because they don't want me getting out there for sure. I know, bro. I know. I know it, man. Shittiest part is they're like, it's almost as if I can't do anything about it. I wish I knew a way around it, but just can't seem to figure out a way around it to break through. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. There's our boomstick. There it is. There it is. Off a structural. There it is. Beautiful. Structural fulfilled. Watch for the convergence hit. They'd have to retake. They shouldn't. They should have to fulfill. T-minus 20, y'all. T-minus 20. Go. Convergence hit. On SPY. This is now fulfilled. Well, we'll see if we go back. We go back to the structural reverse. It's fulfilled. I hate that they did this to the rest of the day. Sucks. Sucks. Markets recover after Trump says he's unlikely to fire Powell. First is he's going to fire him, and that's why this happened, I guess, huh? As we knew, we had convergence waiting, and we had 1-5 convergence here. So we moved from forward convergence to reverse convergence perfectly when he said he was going to fire him. And now the print on Fox Business is Trump says he's unlikely to fire him, so the market recovers to an all new session high. It was just on the ticker. Oh man. As much as I love the world we live in, and this, meaning this stuff, I fucking hate it. It's just so ridiculous. This is why they don't. This is why I'm suppressed. This is why I don't get out to people. And now they have Bostic. They have fed Bostic on Fox Business right now talking about Trump bashing Powell. Box Top does beat the narrative. It beats it to the punch every time. Tells us where the narratives are going to be. This should keep going up. They kind of owe us a reverse again right now, but they may just go off a 1 minute in here. For sure, Doc. For sure. 100%. What's up, Rick? All good, man. For sure, Doc. No question, bro. Literally not a question. Elon, all of them. No question. Like, it's literally not even up for debate. Crazy, isn't it? I've told you guys for years, that's the hardest part of this whole thing. That's the hardest part of this whole thing, is understanding how deep it must go. Yep, they went back up. They didn't hit it here, that's why. Watch for the pop through to macro. Here we go. End of day run, T-minus 12. Almost 10 minutes to go. Let's see if we can get a pop from here. Make that stop out back. Should have bought that. I didn't realize that's what they were doing here off that 1 minute. If this 1 minute fails to push, they're coming back here to this, and then they're going to try to do what I said, run it from here. If the 1 minute's going to hold, they're going to pop from here. We're going to go to target from here. One of two. We either go to target for one of three. We either go to target from here. The 1 minute fails to push it. They come back to 5, make another attempt at the push, or the 5 fails and we come down. As long as the wick of that green candle doesn't break, that's where the reverse is. It's a 1 minute. I'm not even going to put it in there, but boom. Manufacture for the last push to macro. Oh, nope. Oop. They did the flip and switch right at the close. You fucking dirtbags, bro. Dirtbags. They did a flip and rip right at the candle switch. Dirt fucking bags, bro. Same shit. Now they're coming to 5. One failed. They flipped and ripped off of the candle switch. Grrr, fucking dicks. If this 5 fails, it's getting raked the whole way out, guys. That pisses me off. I shorted from here. They stopped it on the 1. Manufactured the bump back up. I got out because they should have pushed up. fucking went long because it was pushing, and then they just flipping ripped on me. Now we're off the 5. If it doesn't bounce, I gotta double up here. If it doesn't bounce off the 5, we're coming down. What was I in? 30, 40, 50. So what? It's just bullshit anyways. Fuck it. It has to bounce here or we come down. And we're going to close off, and then it's going to struggle to go from here. That was a bullshit move they did right there. That really was. Right at the close, they pushed that full body green. And right at the close, right at the fucking close, they flipped and ripped. Didn't even have a chance to exit. It was down fucking 15 right as soon as the candle switched. Has to bounce from here, it's closing off, and it's trouble. And then what, are they going to leave macro again, unfulfilled? Surely we're going to get a last candle bounce here. Where was that granular in here? Right there. Shit, they're gonna come back to that. You motherfuckers. Bounce, you piece of shit. Minute and a half, new candle. Minute and a half. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Minute and a half, new candle. Oh well, that was a bullshit position anyways. Needed 15 cents to fill order for swinging. Oh shit. Yeah, that was stupid right there. That was absolutely stupid. It's the same shit they've been doing. This, same shit. From all this, same shit. Same shit. They owe us a forward third here on MES. Gotta bounce. 20 seconds left in the candle, and we're in our last 5-minute candle. T-minus 5 minutes to go. Can't even get in at 0. Every time you enter a trade on here, it's so delayed, you end up down 5 to 10 ticks on entry. Boomstick for close, come on. That's why I don't typically even play upside. I hate playing upside. The only time I ever get fucking dicked around is when I'm trying to play an upside. Like this morning, it started showing upside. That's when I was like, dude, just play the schematic. And then I called the fucking death candle out of here. It's just for some reason, man, me and the upside just don't mix. Just don't mix. I hate upside price action. The only time, as you guys know, through schematic interpretation, the only time there's fuckery is to the upside. We get straight up fulfillment to the downside always. So that's why I'm not a big upside trader at all. No, Shane. No. When you're live, it's not like that at all. At all. The lag, it's horrible. It's so fucking frustrating because you're trying to, like, in your brain simulate, right? And you enter a trade and you're down 6 ticks. And it's like, come on, dude. Like, when you, like, time it perfectly to click, you know what I mean? So, like, in your brain, you're trying to create this habit and be, you know, and it doesn't even allow you to do it. It's beyond fucking frustrating. Beyond. That's what I sit here and curse about most of the time. Because I'm like, dude, you can't even, like this morning, you know, a bunch of the trades I took, well, 3 or 4 this morning looked horrible, you know, and it was just like because of the delay, and then I couldn't get out because TradingView freezes up anytime there's volatility, and it's horrible. I want to be able to do it in real time to show while I'm calling, but it's almost that's what I got kind of tripped up on this morning. It's next to impossible. And it frustrates me, and then I start losing my ability to read correct. So I had to regroup this morning because I was like, stop worrying about trying to show the trades and just call the fucking things. Because, like, I'm trying to show, and then it's not working, and then it's putting me in behind, and then it's just, you know, it's terrible. So, that's what happened to me this morning. And then beyond that, the fuckery. But yeah, the delay's terrible. It's terrible. It's not like that at all when you connect your live account. Not even in the slightest bit. It's just the paper that's simulated for some reason. T-1, y'all. T-1. Congrats to everybody that made money today. We had a good day. We had a really good day. 80 tick open, short called out. A 140 tick to the converging reverses called out. That 140 was just the first candle to the convergence. 104 on the mandatory bounce back upside. That was just the first candle, not the rest of this. If you rode the rest, it was hundreds. 55 ticks on the TP1 to TP2. That was here. TP1 to TP2, 55 ticks. 75 ticks on the structure 3 bounce here. On the structure 3 bounce here, we got 75. So that's what we had for trades today. Had the opening move down. Had this candle down to our converging thirds. Had the mandatory bounce. First candle up. Had the TP1 to TP2. And then had the check 3 bounce. Those were the trades that were called today. I figured out it was like $570 profit when you were trading one MES contract for those trade callouts today. So if you would have been a $40 risk on one MES contract all day on the trades that I called out, you could have profited $570 today on those callouts. So it was a good day. Hopefully you were in on that and made some money. Ding, ding, ding. Market is closed. Market is closed. Market is closed. They brought it back to the structural. They're probably going to bring it back to this internal. Hopefully you all made some money today and you were part of these trades and got in on these call outs. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate y'all that stayed. There's only about 10 of y'all that stayed all day. Appreciate y'all. We'll be back to do it again next Wednesday. Enjoy your weekend. And I will talk to you all next Wednesday who are not in Discord. If those of you that aren't, we're doing a workshop Saturday. If you're interested in joining, now's a great time. Workshop first thing Saturday. 10 a.m. So if you want to get in the Discord before we do the workshop, I suggest getting in there before Saturday. If not, I will talk to the rest of y'all on Wednesday, Discord. I'll see you guys first thing in the morning. Powwow at 8:30 like always. Have a good evening, guys. Have a good weekend. See you next week. Peace.
Yeah, Xtreme. Them games, extreme. Shit we see, extreme. Wanna know about corruption? Well, listen to what I see. An algorithmic money making, taking, fucking scheme. If you let it, they'll get it. They'll gut you till you bleed. A lot of y'all get fucked by the bucket if you think it's free. Yeah, it's me, the team, the extreme.
Tired of guessing in the stock market? Want to be part of a successful trading community with a proven strategy that helps you win more trades? Welcome to Xtreme Gainz, the ultimate trading community using the proven, powerful, proprietary box top method. Join thousands of traders who have already transformed their trading game. From beginners to experts, box top method simplifies day trading, scalping, and swing trading like never before. We focus on precision entries, smart risk management, and high probability setups so you can maximize profits and minimize stress. It's time to stop overcomplicating trading. Join the Xtreme Gainz family today. Email your request now and start your journey to financial freedom. Xtreme Gainz. Gainz Xtreme.
I'm Chuck, and this is Xtreme Gainz. How many of y'all absolutely love my box top method? Because I sure do. Box top, breakdown, W formation, macro daily third, fulfilled. The live stream was off the chain. We had somebody in live stream comment at the end. They made $65,000 today. I had two members of my premium Discord reach out to me. They both made over $50,000 today.